think we're live again. Second. I don't know why my VTuber avatar is so shaky right now. Does it not recognize my voice for some reason? Why is it not recognizing my voice? Just right in time for something to break. Working like a second ago. He's tracking. Let's probably just trace my microphone. It says it is. It's working. Nope. Nope. Good thing I pressed live or go live before I figure out all this stuff out. Should just be the same as my... Oh, there we go. Just turned it off and on again. Good as usual. Okay, now I just need to post the links everywhere. Good. I think we're... Did it? And there, it's still going. It just was quiet. I think it's loud enough. Okay. So, adjust it. Then we should be able to actually start. So, I guess enough people are here anyway. Today, we're going to finish this model and rig it with all the stuff, and if I feel like it, I'll finish the umbrella. Because I want to be able to recreate the key art that I have on the thumbnail, because obviously I'll need the umbrella for that. But first, I kind of wanted to mention one thing that was like bugging me, because I was thinking of a way to try and like make the Boolean mouth sort of like underlip bit like kind of thinner, so like, you know, the top bit will stay this thickness, but then the bottom bit will be a little bit thinner. I tried to think of like ways to like do that where it's like it put an attribute to like this was my use, and like plug this into here to like kind of like this is the vertex group to like adjust the like the thickness of it, but it just doesn't seem to react for some reason. Like I mean I think it's because the vertex group is only applying to the actual vertex is, and it doesn't really know how to like read that on like a thing that's like not even close to it. So I just need to, if anyone actually knows geometry nodes and can figure out a way to kind of cause that to happen, then I would like to know, because it would be a good effect, I think. Yeah, that's irrelevant to all the other stuff. So... yeah. Here we gotta finish everything. You want to think about making the inner part of this part of the hair like less flat, because it's kind of annoying to look at. But once we can do that, I'll get to rigging. Just pull it up a little bit and still have like some like sharpness there, because it looks good, but kind of some roundness there as well, because it looked kind of like artificially flat, I guess. Yeah, that'd be good enough. So yeah, I can't really like dilly-dally or else this will be a long stream. Although I don't think it'll be insanely long to do all this, but I have no idea. So start. So obviously, as per my working tutorial video, I'm gonna use Rigify for the whole model. So if I go to Rigify, get it, the Metarig. I'm not gonna like, obviously I'm not gonna explain in full detail everything, but basically just to you know, do the basics of Rigify, you basically create like a Metarig that's like this, which is a bunch of simple bones, and then you just go down here to where it says the object or the rig data stuff, and you go out here to generate, and then it generates a full rig on top of the, like, based on the locations of the based on the locations of the simple bones you put around. So you just have to, like, you know, put a bunch of simple bones into your guy and then just use that to generate a better thing. But of course, using the word generate is poisoned nowadays, so I can mention that this is AI-free stuff. It's all just scripts and stuff that, you know, uses the locations of the bones to judge everything. So there's no like AI going on, like not even like any basic AI that's not Gen AI or whatever. It's all just plain stuff. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. And of course, you can add a bunch of other bones. So you can add, I'm gonna add bones for like the hair, like the hat, and all the bones I'm gonna use for the face as well. And also gonna try and like rig the cape and the dress a little bit, and giving like a bone to the zipper thingy. So it's gonna be a decent amount of stuff to add to it. So I'll just get started on that. I need to go to viewport and put it front and scale it to roughly in place. And I am actually going to use this giant complicated face bone stuff for the basic head, not the Boolean head. So what I do for all my models is that I actually just put all these bones like roughly into place, but I only make sure to keep, I only put the mouth bones in perfectly into place. So I can then use just the function for the mouth, and I can still use shape keys for the eyes, which will look a lot more perfect, because these eyes are like made to be like perfectly realistic, like perfect spheres with like this amount of eyelid or whatever. So having like a kind of flattened eye like this, that's all cartoony, does not work with Rigify. But yeah, that's what we will be doing. Also, I think I should hide all the clothes for the sake of, except with the boots. I need to see, because I think the pants will be fine. Just need to make sure the knees are in the right place compared to the rest of the model. Also, you can tell that I don't think this looks that bad with the... I could probably edit that a little bit real quick. Just make it a little less egregious. Move that up there. I guess I could put it like inside of there, so it looks a bit better. And I can just move all these up a tiny bit, and it shouldn't affect that much. I also need to compare what is the cape. So I guess I feel like I might need to move our elbow down a bit. Everything just down a little bit, because I need to make sure everything's exactly where it should be with the bangs. Actually, what I usually do is I'll put clothes in its own section, so I can just put them all here. It's always better to sort the stuff out so you can just easily hide them whenever you need to. So yeah, just turn them all on off, so I can very easily rig the rest of it. Why is the outline freaking out about that? So I think I just need to make sure everything... I mean, it mostly matters that it's good underneath the clothes, but still should at least have some quality to the overall shape. And of course, one of the things I mentioned in the clothing video about rigging clothes is that you want to have like a base body underneath the main body, even if you're not planning on rigging the, like, or like giving them different outfits or whatever, just because it'll be so much easier. Like, I'll show you when we get to that point that it'll be so much easier to rig the clothes when we have a stuff on top underneath it to like take all the weights from, but it'd be easier to show than explain. So I think I need to just compare the slope hill in that mode. Just change the. Yeah, you can see the looks would be bending at there. I guess doesn't really. It'll definitely look weird, but someone did ask me to do a corrective shape key for some of this stuff, so that might be a good idea to artificially create a place where you might want a corrective shape key. Still showing that. There we go. That, I think I need to move. Did I move it up or down? That looks more down than I thought. Just want to make the elbows for both the body and the clothes in roughly the same place, so it'll transfer well. Beginning, all this other stuff won't really matter that much. I'm gonna hopefully make sure that this part right here doesn't like kind of split apart on the rig, but I think it should be fine. I think if I just pull this up a little bit, then it'll kind of like blend in, and then I could also like grab the other side, grab this part, and then kind of pull it in. So it's just kind of look a little bit weird. Actually might, if I do that and just merge it in the center, like how does that look? Because that'll make it very easy to, I could even like go in here and give it a black and make it like that. Okay, that'll probably be, yeah, that's probably a good idea because it'll make it so there's no way you can see up the sleeve, which is usually a problem I have to deal with. I guess I could now do it for the fluffy bit. So pull it up and then just extrude again and then merge in the center. I mean, that won't be visible, it'll at least be covered so it'll not intrude on anything else. Get rid of the sharp, even though it won't really affect anything. I'll select it right. So that's that easily fixed. I think the rest of it is perfectly fine to at least attempt rigging. Let's make everything go back to normal. Well, actually, we'll need, I'll scrub all the clothes and rig it this way. Yeah, started with the Metarig. Actually, someone in chat asks, what are my pronouns, which I have them listed on my YouTube, but they're kind of, I mean, I have it as he, they, even though it's, I don't really care too much about my pronouns, but I kind of just feel like that makes the most sense. It's easy to remember. But they also asked, so is the head and face? Well, they're asking about to read apology, but one thing I could say about that is for making this character not on the stream, there's still VODs up about how I made her face. So I created this face using read topology, and you can see the whole method in the VODs of the live stream that I did back then, which only a couple days ago, so back then is kind of a weird word to say it for, but yeah, you can see that they're just kind of like, you know, build on top of a sculpt. Yeah, it's hard to explain without you just see it all yourself. Let's see real quick. Next to a more fun part of the soundtrack. Okay, now one thing to always have to think about with moving the stuff around. Well, first of all, I turned on X-axis mirror, so we can do half of the work. But I think with like moving these bones around, the hardest part is just like knowing like where is the right place to put them. I think with the like the crotch area like this, I think it has to be like sort of up here a little bit. Like if like crossed over like that, then you kind of put it like around there. But I'm not fully sure. But thankfully in this case, it doesn't really matter because you're not going to be seeing any of this area. And for the here we just kind of, oh yeah, I also need to preemptively solve this issue. So I modeled her with her legs completely straight, but need to make sure that they actually bend a tiny bit forward, so the Metarig actually knows which way to bend the bones when you generate the full rig. So yeah, that's pretty important. Otherwise it'll look really weird. Do the same with the arms and also the fingers, but of course my pre-made hand is already set up for that, so I don't need to worry about that. And I think I gotta make sure that this doesn't like poke out of the bot. Yeah, it's all pretty. I mean, it should work fine with. I guess I might as well just pull it back a little bit, just to make it a little bit nicer, because that'll. Make everything just work a little bit better in the end. I think that's good. Back to doing the body. I think usually you can also, if I, well, did I get that? Tab, grab the loop, Shift S, put the cursor to selected, now it's right in the middle there. Then grab this, and then selection to cursor to move it right into place. Although I think I'll actually keep it a little bit forward. And right here I can make it so, yeah, think about, alright, it's already peeking through. Easily fix that. I am going to add a mask to the body to get rid of it once we're actually done with the rigging, but it is still probably a good idea to just fix it up a little bit like that. Leave it and pull it back here a little bit. Pull the cape back, that is. There. I think this part of the foot is just kind of like there for transferring the weights, right? So I don't really think I need to care too much about it, like actually bending at that point. I think I just need to care about where the boots actually are. I think if I turn on that and then go back to here, do all that. It's not all edges. I don't know why all edges is like not on by default. Just like why would you not want to see all edges? That just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, just grab one of these and pull it up to ankle, and then pull that over to where the toe ends, and this is where the joint of the toes will be. It's a lot easier to tell when you actually have like a anatomical foot, because this would kind of go in like the ball of the foot, like this would be the toes, and this is where it kind of like dips down, and then, you know, the heel's over here. But I think like right here would be fine. And then this one down here is actually for the width of the foot. I don't really know if you need to put it at the very base of the foot itself, but I think it should probably be for like at the very floor, because you kind of like, it's going to be like rotating it like left and right. That'll be like, that's what it's for, to like know where the edge of the foot is. And since she has hard shoes on, that'll be useful. I think I put it all the way back, but you can always change this stuff later. So you can see there's already a bend in the bones, which is necessary to make it bend right in the first place. So that should be good. So gotta bring the pelvis down. Pull these out to about where the skin of that area is. But I don't really know for sure what you need to do there. Just never goes wrong. And it doesn't really matter too much. I should definitely move the face really quick, because that is going to be a big, like, reference point. And I think, is that gonna, yeah, it's going right. Just get it at least roughly the right size, and then I'll have to put all this stuff in there later. It's definitely a lot of bones to mess with, but it does what? Oh, I think this is gonna be good. I don't know why that looks so weird to me, but whatever. Grab this and also the face bone underneath it to move it right back into place. And then these top two bones are the neck. Oh, got that full thing. Just want to circle select the joint because these bones are actually separated. And I think this is the bone that actually needs to be connected. Let's see, generate. Yeah, some of these, there's some places like that where, like here, will split apart. I think these ones will be fine if you split them apart, but I think the neck one actually needs to be perfectly in place for it to work in the first place. So gotta make sure that's correct. I'll actually get rid of the hair as well, because that'll be in the way. I can rig the hair later. Hair and bangs. Let's call this hair bangs. So now they're sorted alphabetically. Much better. And I think the joint of the head and neck connection is like a little bit into the head, but I'm not completely sure. It's just never really looked that bad to me. Okay, this goes like a little bit farther back. I'm not really sure. Just kind of wing half of this. I think the torso like pivots on this point, like the midpoint of the chest, so I kind of put that a little bit farther down than usual. But and then we don't really need the breastbones. Look at this case, since there's like no detail there. I guess, I mean, it actually might be nice to give it like another point, or like the shoulders are gonna affect the cape a lot, so might as well give a second point for the bottom area to make it less like weird, I guess. I don't know, a lot of guesswork. I'll keep them there, and I think this will be just like around here. That's all good. Tab, go out here, and then easily cursor to selected. Tab again. Oh, that still worked out a little bit, but I'll do it like that. So that's in place. Now I can just move this. And then the hand. One thing I actually have is a pre-saved Metarig. That's pretty much exactly the same as this, but I already have it sorted to fit a character of mine. So like things like the face bones are all kind of like adjusted a bit more to fit the proportions of characters that I make, as well as like since I reuse a lot of like my hand models, I already have like these bones sorted in like a way that fits that kind of shape exactly, so I can keep reusing that super easily. But it's also not that bad to just redo them. But, so I'm just gotta, I think, quick look at everything else. That a little bit farther in. I think this sometimes can help with like keeping the armpit in place when you move the arm, but I think it also kind of just knows instinctively to not like mess with that too much. Just gotta put this more inside of the body. I think that's pretty much all I probably need. Probably better if I mess up a little bit so I can show you how to fix it, because that is important stuff to know. So yeah, kind of put the wrist in place. It's all covered up there, so it shouldn't be that bad. Covered up by the clothes, that is. I think yeah, I'll actually try and intentionally mess it up a little bit, and I'll explain why later. But I'll try and do the fingers right. So basically, what I like to do is just tab back into this, select this area. And then I can just Shift S, cursor selected, do that, tab back out, go over here, cursor selected that. Now it's perfectly in place. And repeat the steps to select that. Then Shift S, cursor to selected, select that area, and then wait, did I move it? I moved it, didn't I? If it goes too fast, it kind of like tries to automatically do whatever. So Gotta do it manually. Cursor, then selected. So it's bottom, then top. Then select, oh, just alt select. Cursor, tab, selection. Now it's all that's pretty much in place. And it already fits the joints that I have set up for this. So I can move this into place myself because there's no perfect place to put it. I guess this is like a little bit too like not bent. I think it should be fine that way. I guess, yeah, because I scrunch it all down, it probably isn't like perfectly anatomical, but whatever. I think if I put it like right here, repeat the steps. Oh, started that. So yeah, cursor, tab. Of course, tab makes this really quick. Oh, dang it. Tab, tab, cursor, tab, tab, selected. Alt select, cursor. And don't select the cursor, or else you'll have to go back a few steps. And I instinctively just went to the menu to change it, even though I could press tab. I think that's the right joint. There are a lot of joints here that I probably don't need. So do it like that and like this. Yeah, her hand is so small, I probably should be doing that. So delete all these in-between points between the joints. And that should be a little bit simpler to understand visually. Keep things a lot smoother. Tab, or don't need a tab because it's already in there. Cursor, grab that and move it into place. And then I think for this part, I go like right here-ish, or like, yeah, I guess right here is probably better. And grab that one up top, and then the one on the bottom, and now it's like right in the middle. Cursor, and I have to grab both of these, so both of these are separated. So see a circle select, which you would know if I had my screencast keys on. So C to circle select, and I'll select them both right there. Then selection to cursor, now it's all in place. Then I just move this in myself. This is for the palm. If you want to, like, you know, if you actually move your hand around, you can see the palm bones move a little bit. So I gotta have those in there as well. Why are you like that? Put you back into place. I think the way the thumb is supposed to bend is sort of like in like this. I'll need to bend it like that, I guess, but I'll see how it works later. So yeah, back to the pattern. Cursor, selected, cursor. No, I don't need to alt select. Selected cursor, alt, cursor, selected, and then grab this one, I think. That one. Cursor. Nope, wrong thing. Grab that. I need to circle select them. Selection to cursor, and then just move it into place manually. Saves a lot of time. Or a lot of headache. It's like an assembly line, more like, instead of like the guesswork you'd probably have to be doing if you're doing this manually. Right there. I select something else. Get all the motions down, it's easy. Oh, I messed up the motions. And selected, and then just one left. Cursor selected, and then the last one. Select cursor, and just move in the palm bone. Make sure they're all evenly spaced. I don't really know whether you have to go down, because if you feel your actual palm bones, they kind of go down to your wrist, but I don't know if that really needs to be replicated in these kinds of bones, but I'm not sure. should be good enough. And also, I could probably also get away with getting rid of one of these. Like if you, well, actually, fun fact about the character tutorial is that I deleted one of these, the pinky bone, to show off that you could actually still generate the rig with only 3 fingers, or 3, main fingers. But for some reason, undoing that actually didn't like bring back any of the special like rigify properties for the bones somehow, and it kind of like ruined the rest of the rig. But I tried to like save face and kind of keep it safe, so I'm not going to delete those to prove the point. But yeah, if you look really closely, you can see the pinky bone is just slightly off from the rest of the bones in the tutorial. But it's something only I have to care about. I think that's all of those bones. Now I can just do the face, which is going to be a lot of bones, but it should be... Thankfully, the thing about me using only the mouth bones is that it's not really that bad in the grand scheme of things. So I could just like grab all these, just move them into place. Next, I just have to adjust all these to fit the position. Then I just have to move everything else into like a rough kind of estimation of where they should go. And there are a lot of bones that are like splitting off from each other here, but I think it's fine if they split off. This is, what is that? That's the teeth. So these are the teeth and tongue. Do an X-ray to get that into place. I should actually get, sometimes like having a mask on the teeth to just make it look prettier when I'm looking at the model. Now we just move these into place. I think that just goes to the very tip of it. Should be good for that, and then just move these into place for the tongue. For some reason, the tongue bones are like backwards. I don't really know why they needed that, but I trust them to know what they're doing. That's that. So I think I could even select these just for simplicity's sake and hide them. Not grab, hide. That's a little bit easier to look at. Ears. Definitely do not want to move the ears, so I just get them close. As long as they're like roughly there, then the rest of the rig will work normally. Okay, so this is the nose. Scale this down and get like right around there. I think we'll make it a little closer. I actually didn't even move these close enough. Put these in like, I think they need to be like in like the thickness of the lip. If I get rid of the teeth and tongue to see it better. So if I need to move this part like right in the middle there to make it perfect. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure. Just get these pretty close. And then the tip of the... They're way too far back, so just get a different view and pull it up. Just gotta use your intelligent human brain to figure out the depth of everything. So that seems like it'll be fine. I never really had too much trouble with the mouth bones like that, but yeah. This part is supposed to be like it's called the nasolabial crease, because nasal labial crease. This is, it goes up there, I think. This is the tip of the nose. I think this is where it goes, like, right here. Oh yeah, since, like, you can kind of see, like, the balls are getting really big, they're kind of annoying to look at. So I can go over here and switch these from octahedral to stick. And that is a lot easier to look at, I think. That's good to know. I think this... It's always hard to say because the cartoony characters have such different noses from real characters, but I think this can go like right around here. Doesn't really matter because all this area is completely useless to her specifically. Oh, this part is connected. Put it down, so this is supposed to be like the cheek. This goes over like around here. I guess this part will need to be moved like right there. You can also do is generate a different Metarig. Shift A. Metarig human to... Why did it not appear? Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Metarig human. There we go. You can actually reference the position of these bones to use them in the actual model. You can see that yeah, those bones go straight across from the mouth, but then these bones kind of dip out down underneath the eye socket. So kind of move them into place. So I think this is like goes around here a bit more. But does this like go? That's definitely these go a little bit farther back, I guess. It's probably fine. And then this is like the edge of the jaw, the mandible of the jaw. And these go like straight up from there, I think. I'll go straight back, but I think it'll probably be a little bit forward. Yeah, so it kind of goes inward a bit for the area of this eye socket, so I have to move these down. I probably don't need to be this perfect about it, this area, but do it anyway. So now for the eyes, which is a bunch of stuff I do not need. I can scale on the Z-axis to make it taller. I'll still try and put it like roughly into place. See, the reason why you'd even bother with any of this stuff is that it'll deform the whole like face in the appropriate way for when you move the mouth. Yeah, it's not the most necessary because you're probably not going to be doing too much crazy stuff with it, but just put these all around. This part is completely useless because that's the actual eye bone itself, but I'll just get rid of that once we get to that. And then this is the upper, like technically the lower brow, I guess. This definitely does not, it should not be affected by the mouth at all, but I'm gonna get it close. I'm gonna do it like in the tutorial where I had just like a couple of like single bones for the eyebrows. That seems simple enough. You'd really only have to do other stuff specifically if you have like a really like defined eye socket, I think. Because otherwise you don't really need to care about that. You just have it go flat against the face. This is gonna be I think there's something that I usually do that messes up with the forehead section. But yeah, these are the bones that actually control the eyebrow if you actually had a realistic eyebrow. So put them around the eyebrow. I don't really need this one anymore. I think that should be good. Just put these over here. I think this might be the one that like determines where the hinge of the jaw is going to be, so I might put that down a bit more. Let's get these close again. It's much more useful to, actually, I think this is part of the nose is more up here, but yeah, we're not going to move the nose at all, so just got to keep it there for the sake of keeping every bone here, because you do actually need, I think the program kind of recognizes all of these bones as like the whole face, so you can't have like just the mouth part without any of the other parts. But I think that should be good to at least test. This part kind of, whatever, should not let myself care. I'm gonna hide these just to show them again. So yeah, I think that's good enough to test, at least. So for one, since I scaled this in object mode, you definitely need to apply the scale, but I think I'll show what that affects in the first place. So yeah, for some reason all the meta rigs kind of come with like this basic face rig, but then you have to press this button to like upgrade it to like have like an extra few bones. So yeah, that bone was the hinge of the jaw, so I might actually take the newly made jaw bone and move it down a bit because this is a cartoon character. This shouldn't be that up there. I think the rest of it should work. Look at it closely and see if there's any bits that are like off center. It should be fine. So just make it look perfect. Let's generate. So press generate. And you can see it's a little too tall, so that's the scale thing. So if I, apply the scale, Alt or Control A and scale, then now it'll be in the perfect position. Yep, it's all perfectly situated. And if you ever have like it moved somewhere else, then you can also apply the location. I don't think you really rotate it at all, so just location is probably the other one you want. But yeah, for me it's fine because it's all centered around the center point of the body or the whole like world space. So that's good. I'll do the rest of the fancy stuff with like the rig layers in a second, but I'll at least show the basics, what it did. So just quickly, select the body, then the rig, Control P, parent with automatic weights, and let's see how it did. And also I guess I'll do the face as well here with automatic weights. So first of all, go over here and turn it on in front so we can see all the stuff, but then also get rid of all the stuff we do not need so it's easier to look at. That's a lot easier. And now what we need to test first of all is, are the limbs bending properly? And I can see the problem here is that these arrows are not facing the front like the legs are. The legs are good because they're facing the front, so when you go pose mode and grab these, they're bending properly. But if I grab this part, you can see, well, it's not like as bad as I thought it would be, but what we want is for it to like bend straight back. See, it's moving down a little bit, so yeah, the easiest way to fix that is just to go up here. And the way it calculates any of this is that it like averages out the rotation of all these bones. So you can see it's kind of like, it has like some backwards thing, but if I move it forwards and regenerate, you can see now it's going to rotate backwards. Yeah, because now it's, like assuming that the arm should be bending that way first. So the reason why it's moving down a little bit is because the average rotation is going up like this a little bit. So if we could flatten this one out to make it very flat, and make sure this is also probably, I don't know if this really affects it as much, but make sure it's very flat on this axis. And then if I go to this side, then you can see it's bent a little bit there. So it'll bend, it'll know, it's like all the rotation is happening in this direction, so it should be fine. Let's regenerate it. Go into front view. And I can see they're way closer, but I think it's just bent forward or back a little bit, so it should be fine. Yeah, so that's how it should be. And also for the fingers, you can see the flat area of these little pins is what direction they're going to bend in. So let's see. They're all bending down, so they should be good. You can also grab a bunch of these, go to individual origins to scale them all at once to pull them all down. I think that's pretty much fine. Could make this one a little bit less tilted. So let's Alt RGS, GSR, whatever order you want to go in to go back to a normal pose. Actually, I want to do the opposite. Delete the rig, go into edit mode with this rig. So yeah, I can see there's like a tiny little notch right here there. So if I grab this, move it this way a little bit. Now if I regenerate, now it should be even more flat. So yeah, that's how you adjust these parts of the Metarig to make it all straight. Of course, you can rotate them. You're gonna do a lot of other like bone movements to make the thing bend right. So I think that's all good. I think this probably isn't like perfectly bent correctly, but it'll be good enough for me. Dang it. I want to select all that stuff. So I think I guess I could bend this bone in the back, makes it go up on the toes. So that seems good enough. But it really depends on how the clothes react. Here we can also see, I think actually you grab this to rotate it. Yeah, go on the heels. See, that's what the bottom bone was doing. And then hips doesn't really, it's hard to tell there. I think the shoulders, all that stuff are pretty easy to get right. It is kind of like pushing in the neck a little bit, but we'll fix that in a second. Now let's test the face. It's kind of annoying that it sorts them into like, since there were so many bones, there's like a primary, secondary, and like the overall like face bones, but a lot of the useful ones are in like these different ones, so you have to like activate all these to get the thing out. But yeah, you can see it looks very weird. But first of all, we need to go over here, put the armature above the subdiv. That's at least a little bit better. But now we'll definitely need to adjust some of this stuff. So I guess you don't really want to move these bones too much, but I think it definitely seems like these bones are like too like far out. Let's quickly, oh yeah, I can see them now. That looks really weird. Grab them, put them like right next to the edge of the mouth. And it looks like this part is acting a bit weird too, so let's maybe like move it forward a bit, see what happens. Definitely need to redo automatic weights. Which I should also be testing the jaw. How does this look? It looks fine, I think. Definitely it feels like a weird angle for the jaw to go at. So probably, it's also pulling down the eyes a bit too much. So let's fix that. I think I might maybe pull this forward as well, and then pull this one down. So it'll hinge somewhere else. Let's see how that works. So go over here and regenerate. Now since we're changing so much of this stuff, we'll need to select the head and then repair it with automatic weights. I should do that for the body as well. Now let's see how it works. It's definitely better. I mean, it doesn't really like you have to try and like actually make a real facial expression with it to see how it works. Otherwise, you won't really know for sure. So like that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, rendered. Yeah, it looks decent. I could probably fix the rest with weight painting. Mirror it to make it all good. Oh, why is it not like perfectly mirrored? Oh, because this part is not in the center. So I can try and pull this part about, open it a little bit. Draw X mirror. Definitely is pulling around a lot of the face, which I feel like is a bad thing. So you don't really want the cheek to move that much, but I guess like also like, and I definitely realized as I was making the Boolean mouth that the Boolean mouth is going to be like way better to use for this kind of a thing. So I'm just kind of doing this for the sake of teaching, but I'll probably keep it in the model anyway. You can go like around the nose for some reason if you ever wanted that. Even the ear, I guess, yeah, you need actually apparent the ear on its own. Apparent automatic weights. But yeah, you can also see all this stuff is being sorted underneath the rig like armature thing. So I'm gonna move this over here. So now the head and stuff will like stay in their own little section, whereas the rig can be dealt with on this side on its own. So I really hate having to like drop down that and see all the objects that are in the rig. So yeah, I think that's good enough to, at least I don't think that the bones will fix that really. Maybe I could actually, let's actually see, actually probably put the Metarig in there as well, just for sorting purposes. The hairs should be staying here. And then actually grab one of these. Maybe this bone is probably too far out in this way. So that's why it's probably moving it too much. Move it like over here more. Move it like this part here. So we don't need any of the eye stuff, so we can just put these wherever it looks good for the dealing with the mouth. Actually, oh yeah, this is way too far back. Move it forward. Up a bit. Let's try that. Maybe like move these in a bit more. Regenerate. And then reparent, so everything is readjusted to their current position. Yeah, that's definitely a lot more manageable. Of course, if the mouth goes out this far, you probably want to at least move it a little bit, or move the cheek a little bit. Why is the outline of the mouth is looking a bit weird? Actually, I could very easily, quickly bring up the tongue and teeth. Oh, actually, I have post mode. You got a post mode to see them. For the tongue, let's just parent with automatic weights. And then that should get parented automatically. Not gonna be perfect, obviously, because it's really like intersecting with a lot of places, so that's why. I'll fix that in a second. Quickly select the teeth. And one thing about the teeth that I like is that I actually have the vertex groups for this. It's already sorted. So if I go here, I can, or if I click the rig, Alt P, and instead do empty groups. Now they're actually already sorted. Just, oh, they are not actually already sorted. Well, I was going to show how to do it anyway. So let's see. What are the... Okay, so over here is now where we have to look for all this stuff. So we have, first of all, I like going over here and sorting by name because I do not understand the sorting of the basic thing. So go over to teeth and tongue. So bottom and top. Wait, is it slightly... That's weird. I guess the phrasing is different. I didn't put a period in them. I guess if I delete these, and then I actually fix the period in both of these, that should be it. Now that should work. Yep. Now, of course, the teeth you just kind of move around like this. You just put them however they look, or however would look good in the final pose. But yeah, for just showing off how to do it, just, you know, hypothetically, if you printed with empty groups, that's how you kind of want to do this in the first place, because you don't want any of this like other face junk to be affecting this. You just want to very specifically deal with the teeth. So of course, since this model is for the teeth, like why would you want any of like the spine, like the thumb, or any of that stuff there? So lock these, delete all unlocked groups, and now that's all you need. So then, of course, the top teeth, you just go select the whole teeth with L, with the top teeth group, assign with value of 1 here. And then bottom teeth, same with the bottom teeth, assign. Now that's all you need. And it'll work the exact same. But yeah, that's easy. For the tongue, it's actually pretty simple as well, but you do actually have to do weight painting. So for one, I actually have a handy add-on that over here. You go to remove unused vertex groups, which is add-on specific. It's literally just like an add-on just for that one button. It, you know, gets rid of all the stuff that doesn't have any influence on the model, which is really nice for like troubleshooting purposes. So you can see that the tongue actually has some of the jaw and some of the teeth applied to it. But if we can actually get rid of these two and just have the tongue on there, which of course, just do it. If you go back, you could also get to that point by just, well, first of all, sorting by name, then go to tongue, T-O. Get the tongue, lock the 3 tongue groups, and then remove unlocked groups, and just have the tongue stuff. So that's one way to kind of do it right. But if I can move it, you'll see that some parts might actually be not moving correctly. Now it's actually moving perfectly. Well, sometimes it might have like some parts that are like spiking out because it doesn't have any weights there. So what you do for that, I'll probably do anyway because it's just a good idea to do. Yeah, I can see like right here, there's like a little point where it's like messy because that's where the teeth weights used to be. There's probably also gonna be one, yeah, down here for the jaw. Yeah, so all you need to do for that is go to blur. Mirror is probably good, but auto normalize. So auto normalize, even though it's like just a blur tool, if I go here, you can actually see like added a bunch of weights because it's auto normalizing the weights that weren't there. So yeah, just kind of like filling in the gaps that weren't there, and just easily, you know, blur all this stuff. It should be working. Even blur up here. And then go to the next one. Just blur all this stuff because the tongue does not bend sharply. Or I guess it doesn't. I've never really paid attention. So that should be good. Now it's all fixed. Nice and easily. Let's grab it and see. Yep, it's working perfectly. But of course, I think for this one, you also need to bring the armature above the subdiv. So now it works even better. So I think that's all for the mouth section. And I guess everything else is pretty good enough. So I'll have to unhide everything. So I guess that's the main parts of the rig done. I guess I can show you how the eyes work. So you can kind of see these. This is like normally if you had a fully like realistic rig, you grab like these parts to like form the eyebrows and like this would be the eyelid. They like move down. So you can see it's like it's actually like moving as if the eye was like a full sphere, which is really handy if you actually have a realistic character. And even if I move these, you can see they're like moving the eyelids very slightly, which is very realistic, which is nice. But we cannot take use of that, so we're gonna have to get rid of all these. But we can do that when I'm making the custom stuff. I think this is for, yeah, just I guess the size of the eye, I don't even know. And the jawbone. I guess the jaw is, well, I can definitely go over here. And, you know, as usual, there's a bunch of ear weights that I can remove all unused. Get rid of the jaw and temple ones. Just keep everything very simple. Just blur all this stuff, because just so it doesn't mess anything else up. I'm not going to move the ear at all. Who really moves the ear that much unless you're like making a furry character? But yeah, you also don't really want to move the jaw down too much. When you're talking, you don't really move it down like that much. Probably like this, just like this, which is like pretty basic. Then you just move the lips around to fit the shape you want. And I feel like I saw someone online say that you can't really get a good shape out of the Rigify mouth bones, but I feel like I've always been able to get them pretty close. Like that is a pretty appealing shape. I can also move this up, and then you have to move these inwards like this. It takes a little bit of effort, I guess, but it's still... I still really like it for a mouth like this. You make a little cat face. You can pull this forward. It's very not optimized for that, but yeah, I guess that's kind of... This looks very weird though. Yeah. So I think I should instead start adding all the custom bones before I do the clothes, because the clothes are gonna have their own bones. Take a sip first. So now, of course, the best part about the Rigify is that you don't have to just use all this stuff. You can add a bunch of custom stuff as well to do everything you want to. And like you can sort it out in like a really custom way. Actually, I think I should test the spine. I guess. So it's like bend in the right place. I mean, I guess I have to do this first. Let's create a very basic pose. Of course, it's splitting at the wrist because they're not connected, but I don't really need to care about that because... and of course, the face stuff isn't following along, but we'll fix that in a second. So make like a bending forward pose. It's fine enough. Of course, it's just for transferring to the clothes, so it doesn't need to be perfect, but yeah. So, time to add custom stuff. So turn on everything again. Oh yeah, I guess also I need to eventually do the Boolean stuff, but I'll do that one in a second. After all the other custom stuff, because that'll be a custom effect. So, you can very easily add a custom bones to this setup. Actually, I should also move myself. I'm going to keep this thing out this far. I'm going to keep myself away from the tabs so you can see them easily. So you can customize all this stuff. Go back into edit mode. So first off, obviously you want to have like some sort of bone for the hair. So I'm going to quickly steal one of these bones because it's already mirrored, but I'll tell you how to mirror them. Actually, I should just tell you how to mirror them instead. So back to world origin, add a bone. So this would be a plain bone that has no special rigify properties. Actually, put it back to global and median. So I should probably also, well, first of all, I should also hide all this stuff because it is very hard to look at. Plus to add all that stuff to the selection. So just hide all that. Now we can add all this other stuff. So I wanted to turn it back to an octahedral so you can see which way it's facing, because I want to make it face downwards for the hair. So just put it down like this. And even though you should probably figure out where these parts are. Yeah, it doesn't... You don't really need to be perfect about this. I think I'm actually gonna move it down a bit further, so it'll be like maybe like there, and then down like that, and then just put another one there. Yeah, that will just be 3 bones to kind of adjust the position of this little bangs or whatever, like sideburn section. That should be easy for that. But also, one thing you should do is here SB for sideburns, then .L.001. So you need the .L in there for the symmetry. Copy that, give it to the next one. You don't even need to select it, to just Control V on top of it. It'll change the number correctly. So yeah, the .L is necessary for making them symmetrical. So if you select all of these, right click and symmetrize, it'll flip them over, and of course you can see it given it an R. So yeah, if you need .L at least. You don't need the 0.001, you just need the .L and it'll mirror across. Yeah, that's the only way symmetrize will work, if you have the .L. So yeah, that's all sorted. Actually, one thing I kind of like doing is lowercase hair. I guess I could just call it hair, because yeah, I'll call it hair, because there's no other part of the hair I'm going to rig anyway. So hair.l. It'll just match the name of the other parts of the rig, because they're all under or lowercase. So, and this will be all the. We'll just delete these and mirror them again. You have to turn off the x-axis to delete only one side though. Symmetrize again. Now they're on the other side. So that should be. Well, I guess I should also say the other property for the rigify portion of this. So for the rigify, it actually requires a bunch of properties. I think they're in the bone section. To like know what to like do with these bones when you actually put them into the generated rig. So if you look at these, go over here, you see, click on one of these bones in pose mode. Down here under rigify type, you can see what it's going to do with the bone. So it's called a basic super copy rig type. So yeah, it's just gonna. I mean, the name is kind of hard to. Some of the names are kind of hard to explain, but for the copy ones, they just kind of make a copy of the bone and put it in the rig, like pretty unaffected. But a lot of them have like other things, like little arm. This is like for sorting out like how this part would kind of like move in IK and all that stuff. So that's how that's sorted. I think down here is like the spine and like the legs. So yeah, you need to have all these bones have at least some sort of like rigify type on some of these bones to make it work right. So for these, I know at least want to make the simple tentacle type, which is the one I use the most. So yeah, first of all, you only put them on the base of the like the whole strand. So here's the base with the wide part. So then it'll automatically know to put extra stuff for the rest of these bones. So yeah, that's that. And then for the other side, you just have to do it as well because it won't be mirrored. So tentacle. And yeah, that'll just give me like a very easy to control sort of like, arm, like long thin arm rig, like a tentacle would need. And that's very useful. So yeah, that's how this stuff works, adding custom bones. Now for the back, I want to do pretty much the same thing with a tentacle bone. So I only need one, so I'll delete this side and call this one ponytail.001. Of course, no left and right because it's only one ponytail. And for this part, I can put them in the middle by going to 0, 0. These are like the head and tail of the bone, so that's how you can like place them. So that's already how we need it. So then just move it into place. And for this one, also do only 3 because you don't really need that much. So that should be all we need. Then just gotta double check and make sure. Go to pose mode, rigify type. Yep, deleted the rigify type, so it's simple tentacle. And then I'll apply it to the rest. So that's that. So for the next stuff, I'll do the hat and the zipper tie thingy. They'll have the same type. Just want a super copy for them. Let's make it one big bone for the hat. Just in case I want to like animate it or like put it in their hands or something. So just one big bone for that and call it hat. A one hat bone. So now I can go to edit, copy, or pose. I don't know why I said the words in the wrong order, but then go to super copy. So I think the way the copies work is that there's also a raw copy. And the raw copy is like truly just like copying this one bone one-to-one with no extra little bells and whistles. Whereas the super copy gives you like a shape to work with. So of course, since I want a circle shape, like all these custom shapes, I want a kind of a circle shape to fit around the rim of the hat. Of course, I want a circle shape there, so that should be good. And everything else is pretty easy. So then just duplicate that, and I'll add one to the zipper as well. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of bones to care about, but once you like truly understand why the bones are there in the first place, they're a lot easier to deal with. And that's for making the hat floppy with multiple bones. I think I actually did that for Kane's rig, because he has a very cartoony like hat itself, whereas Hat Kid's hat is like more like sturdy, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. So of course, we want to put the joint here because it's going to rotate like this. That's where it's connected to the body. And then I want a copy again, a super copy. And I already copied that. I don't know why the ponytail didn't copy, but whatever. So for this one, let's see what we have. I feel like the circle is probably fine, but here, pivot. I don't know what the pivot is. There's a bunch of pre-made options you can use, I guess. Cube. I guess I could use a cube, because then the cube could like kind of fit up here. Or I could even make it like go across the entire thing, so yeah, I'll use a cube for that. So that's that. And I'll add even more bones to the cape, of course. I can basically just copy the hair bones for that. Copy this, call it... Oh wait, I have mirror off. I want to keep it mirrored. Although it's... I guess technically I'll have to do a lot of redoing that anyway, but I'll definitely want to keep that. So cape.l.001, then symmetrize that because you can do it right away. Now they're both perfectly in tune. So I just want to put them at, I don't think I've rigged the cape before, but I can at least imagine that I want to have control over like the very tips of it. So I'll put like 3 bones here. That like right around there. It doesn't need to be perfect. And then I'll probably definitely want some in the control in the middle. So I think it would I guess it would be better if I just I guess I probably don't really need like 2 bones for the middle. Actually, I probably should also, even though it probably won't matter for this case, get a look of where the edges are. Yeah, I'll put them where the edges are just for the sake of good practice. See, that should be good. I'll copy this, and then I'll actually turn off X mirror and delete these. Then this will be cape. Even though it doesn't actually do this, I'll type in .m to make it the middle one, 001. It won't actually do anything, it's just kind of like how things are organized in the rig. Then flatten them all out. I'll just select them all and scale X0 to flatten them, then put them in place. I guess I need to make them in the middle, so I'll actually instead use the 3D cursor for that. So scale X0 there. Now it's be scaled into the center point of the cursor. Put them into place, just fitting the exact same shape as the rest of the bones. That should be good. Bring back the solidify. I think that should be good. I just need to add a tentacle one to each of them. They already have the tentacles. Yeah, both sides have the tentacles, so just tentacle for the middle. I'll describe what this does when we actually change them or add them in fully. So I think I do want some for the dress, because where's her like torso compared to the, yeah, we should have at least some. Because otherwise you'd have to be applying like the thigh weights to the dress, which would look really weird. I'd rather have just like control over where the dress is. So I'll grab all these, duplicate them again. I guess I'll just duplicate this one. Call this one dress.l.001. Then copy that over to here because it will be mirrored automatically. And just change that to R. So I at least know I want to have some control over where it is for the thighs. So I could definitely put some of them here. And I'll probably just put some in the back. So I don't really need that much control of the dress. I just want to have like adjustments. I guess I probably should like, duplicate these and put them back here. Duplicate these to the side just to give me complete control. It'd be better to have control than just let the automatic weights do everything. I guess I can pull these a bit farther forward. So now if I ever want to move the leg up, I can manually make it as perfect as I need to. There'll definitely be ways to like constraints and stuff to make it automatically move that forward, but that's for someone who cares a lot more about that stuff than I do, so I might move all these like a bit down. Because I think this, I should also do this part. Yeah, because you can see it'll kind of like be a bit weird. I guess I could just add some extra geometry in these areas. It doesn't really have to change the shape that much, but it'll be nice to have the extra control. Just in case. And then turn the wireframe off so I can see again. I think that's pretty much all main parts of that, I think. I didn't even put this up before the subdiv. Turn off that. I was wondering whether I would need bones for this part of the cape. So I don't really know why this is like a weird different shading, but it's not really that noticeable. I think that's it. Everything else would be... Sometimes have a bone like around here to control the sleeves, which I might... like probably a good idea, but I'm too lazy. I feel like that... I'll at least see what it does. So, now if we set everything upright, just be able to generate... should I... Yeah, I'll do that later. Regenerate. There's all these bones. The hair and the dress and the cape. So yeah, that's very cumbersome to see all that stuff. And of course, we don't even have a custom rig layers for that, so we can't really easily get rid of them. But we can add those, so let's do that. When you have all these bones, you really want to, like, just for good for your mental health to deal with all that. So the buttons to do that are here. This is how you sort out that whole like menu. So you can see this is how you sort the buttons, and you choose which bone collections to apply. We actually need to add a bunch of them first. So I'm going to completely reorganize this stuff because I do not want to have these face bones here. So for the face, just delete these because I do not like them. It is hard to kind of like figure them out from there, but also first of all turn them back to stick so we can see easier. Because I do want I want the face collection to stay because I am gonna have, like, you know, obviously other face bones. Yeah, so I'm going to select all of the bones around the mouth and the teeth and tongue. Well, I might add these to a separate collection and add them. Oh, yeah, because I'm going to set up the Boolean mouth separately. I'm going to just have these selected and add those to the face. And then the rest of these I'll put in a collection called hide. So I know to hide them. So I can, it's probably easier to go down to select, invert the selection, and I can just get rid of all these other bones that I'm probably not going to hide. Make sure everything that is not something that I want gone. Select that. I think that's, yeah, that's that part. And that could not be hidden. So I can put these in the hide collection. But I think there's some function, check and see, like around the mouth section. Can I change where the... Doesn't look like I can. It'll add a bunch of other random points, but I think I'm just gonna have to like deal with that stuff later. Yeah, back to this stuff. Face hide. So I want to add one for hair. And then just select all these. Select all the hair bones with L. And then I can also do clothes. So I can add the cape stuff. And then the dress stuff, the clothes section. And then also the zipper, of course, and the hat. So that sign. So I think that's most of it. I'm going to add, yeah, let's see really quick. Well, actually, because we added all these bones, they're actually in a different collection. Yeah, I can see we added them to the face collection first because that's where they had to be in the first place. So we need to remove them from that. And now you can see they disappear because now they're being controlled only by the clothes section. So I got to do the same thing for the hair bones. Hair, and remove them from the head collection or the face collection and remove them like that. And then we have the hide collection that we can remove. Actually, didn't even select these somehow. Then apply them to the hide, then get rid of them in the face collection. This one also can go face, remove that. We do actually want the jawbone, so that's good that that's still there. The tongue got hidden, so you select that. Remove from hide, put them in face. So hide them now. Let's see. So we only want the mouth bones, the jawbone, teeth and tongue. And then I don't even think this face bone actually is in the final rig. It's just kind of per like generating it. So I think that's all we need for that. So now we can put them all back. And then I'll have to sort out. This is like the fun part because it's kind of a customizable. This is how you sort out the UI. So if you want the hair, let's put them up here. This is how you insert a button. You just put it there and insert it into the same row. So the hair will be there. Actually, let's actually put it in the same place as the face. Actually, no, there's only 3 to... Oh yeah, I need to think about what I'm going to add later. So I need more like eye bones, but also a thing for the Boolean mouth. So I'll put this here, and the clothes here. Put that appear like that. But then I'm eventually going to put the Boolean mouth stuff like right there when I get to that. And I think that's most of it. I don't think there's anything else. I will actually add... Because when we do the shape keys, I'm gonna add the bones we use for that to the face, as well as the eyebrows and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's it. Oh, I'll quickly do the Boolean mouth, or let's do like Bool mouth, because it'll be shortened anyway. So that'll be a new collection that I'll use later. So I can insert them there, and also can also like add rows, delete rows, and stuff like that. You can even like adjust the stuff here. Yeah, permanently hitting connection collections or hide. That's good. So I think we're good to regenerate again, and it should have the new collections or the new like shapes. So regenerate. Broken bone collection reference face primary. Oh, maybe there's some function in here that actually requires the bone collection to... Okay, so I think I might have screwed up a little bit. But let's actually see if I can fix it inside of the Rigify type itself. In stretcher chain. Orientation face. Skin glue. Is it like in here, maybe? No, it's not there. Where is it? Where's even the... Oh, that's the face orientation for the bone face. Let's see if I can recover this. I definitely don't have to redo everything. I just have to like figure out what the... Or maybe they don't actually exist in the face. Let's actually re-add them. Face primary, and then face secondary. So let's see now if it just has they're just there in the first place, but they're not in the bone UI, so we won't see them there. So let's regenerate and see if that works. Yep, just needed them to exist there. So that looks pretty good. It's already got the mouth part pretty easily done. For some reason I felt like it was gonna be a lot harder to deal with that. So yeah, now let's see. Go over here, and I can see it's all sorted. So I can turn off the hair easily, the clothes easily, and then the face stuff easily, and the bull mouth when we get to that point. But actually, I forgot one thing that we could do is we can actually determine whether we want these parts to be shown. Because as you can see with the dress, that is very annoying to look at. So we want to hide all these tweak bones that are just like for like adjusting that part. So we can actually choose in the Rigify type to put those somewhere, which is something I only recently learned about. Let's do that. So let's add hair parentheses tweak, because that's how everything else is sorted. And then clothes tweak. And then I can move them near their relevant parts. I don't know what this one is for, so let's delete that. So hair tweak and clothes tweak. So then if we go into the Rigify properties, you can assign a tweak collection right here. Add a tweak collection. This is for the clothes, so clothes tweak. So I think if I actually go around and select all of these, select all of those, and I guess that doesn't really need the tweaks. So I can actually, I think I might actually need to I just do this for all of them? No, I can't. I might as well just do it manually. Add it, close, tweak. Add, close, tweak. Little tedious, but it's nice to do. Do it for this part. Close, tweak. Close, tweak. And then for the hair, it'll be the hair tweak. Now we can get rid of those separately. So that'll save a lot of time. So yeah, now you can see the tweak collections are actually hidden. That is way easier to look at. It's still pretty hard to look at, but it's, you know, easier, which is all you need. Oh yeah, that's a big cube, I didn't realize. Yeah, the hat's perfect. So, next thing I wanted to show is how the, because I'll quickly parent these, show you one thing that we can fix as well, automatic weights. So, when you grab one of these bones, you can see, if I pull it up like this, it's actually kind of rotating the other bones a little bit, which is something we can change. I got used to it for a while, but I realized that it's just way better to just not deal with that, so here's how to fix that. Limb simple, you just turn off this button. This will automatically roll the tentacle bone section as you move it. So yeah, just turn that off and then it'll automatically work for everything. Don't do it for everything. So I can just very easily actually probably copy to select it for this one. Go over here, select all these, and select one that I change it for. Then I can do copy all to selected. Now it's all gone. So now if I regenerate that, now if we move it, it'll actually just move the bone very basically. Yep, doesn't rotate it at all. So now we have complete control over what this looks like. That's nice. And I think that's pretty much all of that. I didn't realize that this part is facing outwards, so I'll quickly adjust that. Put that in a little bit. Now it's all fixed. Should probably adjust this all a little bit. It'll look perfect, but it'll look fine. So I think that's that. I do see someone in chat saying that they lost their desire to be a 3D animator, but I do at least have to say that you're shooting yourself in the foot by trying to consider stuff like this if you're not even like in the beginning stages of learning modeling or anything. Because this is definitely like not something a beginner should tackle super quickly. But yeah, it just takes a lot of time, and it's much better if you go through all the parts slowly instead of just like watching one stream of someone doing like this. Actually, why did that not move it? Oh, that's the FK, that shouldn't move it. Anyway, why is FK on for this? Moving. But yeah, this is inherently complicated, so if you feel yourself getting discouraged, then you really should just go for the stuff that's for beginners specifically. I mean, Rigify is definitely what you want as a beginner, but I'm definitely doing like the complicated Rigify stuff. So even though it is beginner friendly, this isn't the process you should really be following as a beginner. But yeah, let's quickly get all the pieces together. So we have the hair already parented. Yeah, I have no idea what Maya does. At least know that whenever there's a character, they have like a picture of the character over here or something that they have like set up. But apart from that, I have no idea how it's different. Yeah, I think it's mostly just because Rigify is like Blender specific, so you obviously wouldn't have that in Maya. So this specific like workflow is different, but I think the general process of like adding bones and stuff is transferable. So yeah, it's just probably my method specifically using Rigify. Yeah, I think I should. Okay, so let's do the hair stuff first. So yeah, first of all, going to just for these parts, they're not going to move at all, so I'm just going to parent them directly to the head bone. I think you should normally, oh, that's for the hat. You should normally parent them to like a bone that's like in the middle here or whatever, but it never really affects it for me, so I'll just parent to the bone. And sometimes when some people like kind of parent the bone there, they'll kind of like reset the position of the thing to be like down here or something, which first of all, I don't know why that's over there, so set origin to center of mass surface. That's the same for this, that's good. So yeah, now that follows, that's the hair, that's the hat. So yeah, now the hair follows along. Oh, I have one thing I forgot to do. I need to parent this stuff in the Metarig. So, why is it being weird? So, first of all, I need to parent these bones of the hair to the head. Make sure it's the head and not the face. And then Control P parent with offset, keep offset. And same for the ponytail. And then same for the hat. Actually, I think I'll need to put a constraint to parent the hat to the head, because that'll be something you want to kind of turn off sometimes, like put it in her hand or something. But for her cape, it should be like this bone, I think. Whatever the shoulder bone equivalent is. Then these bones will be parented to this part, the pelvis, whatever. Then this part needs to be also parented to this part. I think that's all the ones I added, but I'll also add some bones for the eyebrow in a second. An hour and a half, which is pretty good, I guess. So yeah, I think that's, I'll see if there's any issues later anyway. And then I need to regenerate it, of course. Regenerate. And my playlist didn't restart. Actually, probably just got enough of the Hat in Time soundtrack by doing all this. So I'll put on, actually I'll just put on my, no, I should not put on that playlist because that'll be copyright. I'll just put on this one and then go to my normal stream playlist for other music. I don't even know if I regenerated yet. But yeah, now that all this stuff should be going along. That's the hat. I definitely need to fix that a little bit. So yeah, that'll follow those. So I do want the eyelashes to be parented to the head, but not the hat. Because those will only be moved by shape keys. And then I'll have to parent go over here. But yeah, now I should do the thing where I turn off the mirror. And then I need to duplicate these so there's a full eye on the other side. Duplicate them. Go to R. Name all these correctly so they're easier to look at. So I just need to move this like I did in the earlier VODs. Move that over there, flip over this, and then flip over this. And that should be, yep. Now it's a fully separate eye. So now I can actually take both of these lattices and then parent them to the head. Parent them with just the bone directly. So now when I move that along, it moves along the eyes. Because the eyes are, like physical eyes, are linked to the eye lattices. So now I can hide those. So I just need, the brows will be parented to bones in like the normal kind of armature way, so I'll need to do that later. But then for the body, for all this stuff, I'll show you why we created the underbody. So parent that with automatic weights. This with automatic weights. This with automatic weights. And this with automatic weights. You can actually do this all at once, but I'm just doing it wrong or inoptimally. So now if I grab this, it'll probably be mostly fine. It's actually pretty much fine. It's actually like nearly perfect, but I'm still gonna do the thing anyway. This part is probably not fine. Yeah, it's like bending the thing along. Yeah, I can see right here it's like bending some stuff through other stuff. And of course, I don't want the button to be bent, or the button or the zipper to be bent. For this stuff, it's probably really bad. Yeah, that's actually really bad. Oh yeah, I didn't even apply the. I need to put this above both mirrors, and above the solidify as well. That should be that. Oh, that is still okay. I think yeah, I should apply as I did before. I had 2 mirrors. Yeah, so I should just apply this one because we're not going to edit the feet that much. Now it should be fine. Nope. Yeah, because the mirror got cross as well. So apply that one as well. You don't usually need to apply mirrors, and I guess I need to parent it again. In this case, the mirrors did matter. Let's see if it works now. Yep. That's actually also pretty good. But again, you can see the dress is not going because I need to edit these. So you can see it's moving the dress around, but not perfect. I also need to always gotta move the armature modifier above the subdivision. And for this part as well. And because I already did that for that, and then this one for the pants. And I think that's all. Did I do it for this? No, I didn't. So now everything should be very smooth. I don't think anything else needed it, so. Okay, that's actually really solid already. Let's do the thing that I need to do. So yeah, it'll be a little inefficient. I guess it is kind of affecting the like the thighs should not be affecting the dress at all, but it is a little bit. Yeah, I'll quickly, this will be kind of messy, but let's do it for the feet first. Let's actually see how it bends this way. It's actually, I think this is almost working too well that it's kind of making the necessary kind of data transferring thing not really that necessary, but I think that's good, I guess. So let's see how this forms. So yeah, I can see it's very easy to like move this stuff around now. You can even break these apart, which is one of the benefits of doing the rigified tentacle stuff. So yeah, I can see it's very easy to like make a very exaggerated shape. You move this apart. Yeah, that's probably already pretty good. It's actually really close to being done. Let's see how it. Did I miss any parts? Well, the hat needs to be. I'll quickly add the constraint, like a modifier sort of between bones. So I just parent to the rig, then parent to the head. Is that inverse? So now it should be following everything as well. Oh, it is not. Oh wait, I didn't even parent this to the bone anyway, so that's why. Yep, so everything is following along except for the eyebrows, but we'll fix that in a second. Guys, something is going weird there. That's just the eyebrows, I think. Everything looks weird when you do something like that, but I think, again, honestly, I feel like I should probably just fix this manually, but I also want to show you the method. So first of all, I'll just do it here because this is going to be the easiest way to show it. See if it. Yeah, I guess you can kind of see that it kind of goes in there a little bit. But I have the body at the bottom to use this data transfer modifier. So if I do this, select the body, and select the vertex data. Quickly change the music because I want to stream BGM. It's non-hat in time music. It's a variety. So yeah, this is going to copy the vertex groups of the areas near the body, or generate data layers, and apply it. You don't usually need to apply it right away, but actually that is like way worse. Actually, that is a bad example. Dang. What you're supposed to be doing to get good clothing deformation, but it's actually better when I did not do that. Let's see if it actually works for the boots. I guess it's technically better anyway because it's easier to deal with. Text groups, data layers, first and apply. I think that looks a little bit better. It was like bending a little too much last time. She has to compare. What would it look like? Yeah, it's kind of like squishing in a little bit weird there. But if I compare it against the torso again, generate and apply. Yeah, that's a little better. I still might smooth it out a bit. I definitely need to. I actually don't need to fix that because I'm gonna. Well, first of all, I might as well do that. Actually, probably shouldn't do that because it'll transfer to the body. There's a lot of things. So for this part, since it's just gonna be. Did I even name this bone? I did not name that bone. Go back and name that bone. So I just realized I didn't name it like zipper or anything. Just call it. Hold on, it's the wrong rig. Go here. Zipper. I think I'll see how I deal with that. Go here. We need to actually first of all regenerate. Then it should be named correctly, and everything is still parented as usual. So that's set up to work easily like that. Then reparent. Automatic weights doesn't really matter. And I need to select this whole thing, and then include that part. And you see the zipper weights. I need to have auto normalize on and then assign. It deletes all other weights and now just gives it only to the zipper. So you move that whole thing all at once. I think this button is going to be a little bit more annoying because I need to. I could like give it just to the zipper, so let's see what I do with that. It's not going to be perfect. Yeah, because it's kind of like weird. Try and add it to the spine bone of that area, which I think was 3. It needs to have all 1 weights. It's like no half weights because it's a solid object. So find spine, sort by name. And spine 3, I think. Should have only spine 3 weights now. So now if we grab like this bone, see what happens. Yeah, I can kind of see because the spine bones are actually stretching a little bit. I might need to do something special for that. Let's see how I would do this. Someone's asking if I'm going to do a re-edit of all the lives. I kind of thought about that, but I also am thinking that is way too much effort for me. But if anyone else wants to put in the effort for me, then I'll gladly let them do it. But yeah, it is a little bit much. If you go to the VODs, you can see that I'm actually marking the chapters of each like section of each like live, so it should be pretty understandable. But yeah, I feel like a full edit would be way too much effort. I'd rather just kind of go to making new videos instead. So what was I gonna do? I could also just give it a bone on its own. Because it is like annoying to get all the constraints right, and I'd rather just do everything manually. Give it like right there. Call this button. And let's parent it to that, and I shall just do that manually if I ever need to. But I'll make this one a circle object. So turn off. It's in the different mode. Regenerate. Regenerate button. I am selecting the full Metarig, not the regenerate. Should have its own little thing now. And then I can just, I guess, parent with empty weights. So I'll add the button group. Then edit the cape, not the stuff. So just grab all that, give it the button thing. I didn't even, oh, it should be actually be parented to this part. So I can just move this around, and it'll still look a little bit weird, but I can just always grab this thing and move it around wherever I need it to be. So that's nice. Yeah, I should also see how does this part deform. Yeah, because it's kind of being like shifted weirdly for the head. It's like tied to the jawbone, I think. So it'll even like move down like that. I guess it's not like that terrible. I'll deal with that once I start posing her, because that'll be something that you have to think about. Just whether it looks good in the end, because you probably wouldn't really look at that part that much anyway. So this part of the cape is fine. And then the dress. I think now that I tested it with the pants, I don't think the data transfer method will really work for this part, which is makes me realize there's not even really like a single part where that actually would look good in the end. I guess the boots kind of worked, but it's like also whatever. Actually, also for this part, actually, zipper, does it look good? I need to actually hide this part. Little zipper portion. Does it actually bend correctly with the body? Not really. So I think here I can actually use it. So if I select this, separate it, get everything back to its rest position, I can actually data transfer this part only. And I can select the dress, text, and transfer all the way to exactly there. That should be better. It's actually a little worse. It's like, I mean, I guess you wouldn't really notice that badly. It is kind of being pulled along a lot. I should actually turn on wireframe to see how it bends. It's being moved around a lot, but I don't know if that really matters. Here it's moving up way too much, but it's also because of the... I feel like it's actually kind of fine. I was going to turn on the how like that. Yeah, it's like moving a little too much, but it is still staying on top of everything, which is really all that matters. So I think that's good. It's like one time you really get used to it, out of it. You can also join this back here because it'll still keep its weights. I think that's, I think I just need to adjust the weights of this part because it's kind of like almost too like segmented. I need to show that it's like a little bit connected to there. So I'll do that. This has all the custom shapes. I want to move it with the rig stuff. So dress. I just need to look at this stuff and see exactly where everything is. I think it's gonna be forearms, something like yeah, forearm L. So at least can do some weight painting. Gotta make sure mirror is on. Gotta make sure auto normalize is on. Make sure mirror to vertex groups is on. Now I could just paint. I have to go inside of the body and like, if I can actually hide the body. The torso is what it's called. Yeah, now I can see everything a bit better. And also solidify. Oh, that's kind of, I guess that works. Also, I need to do the wireframe, and now we can do it. That's blur. So I just want to make it fully fall this area. And then I could even go further, put them further down. Should actually hide the dress itself. So separate that section just for the sake of ease. I think sometimes when you actually hide it in edit mode, it like doesn't really fully hide it, and you still can't paint on top of it, which is annoying. But doing like this should work. So let's see how that looks. Yeah, so that'll definitely like have some influence with the hand, which I think is probably a good thing, but I'll see. Let's blur it out a little bit better. And I'll also make sure it's even, so I'll actually weight paint that same area on this side to be fully red, so it doesn't like, actually it's probably fine. See how it looks. It's being bent a little bit weird, but I think it'll look fine. Add all the stuff back. Let's join this back in. Let's see how it goes with the body itself. I probably should move that a bit. Yeah, that looks fine. It's all linked up. Not really any situation where it like kind of really screw up. You definitely wouldn't really want the outer part of the frills to move along perfectly with the hand, but I feel like it's going to be fine. So let's look at what else we could do. Everything's so... I think, oh yeah, I also wanted to delete the weights for the thighs on the dress, because I don't want the legs to affect the dress at all. I'm going to do that manually. So many weights. This is what this add-on is good for, because you just do this. Oh wait, I actually don't want to do that, because for one, the mirror is still on, so it'll erase anything on the left side. Actually show what happens if I erase that, because it's still mirrored. It thinks there's no weights for the left side, so when I move the place over like this, it'll like mess up. So yeah, I don't want to do that. One side effect of the add-on, but it'll be useful once I feel confident enough to apply it, which I'm pretty sure that I can definitely do that. Just like wait a second. So I wanted to do the thighs. Thigh. Yeah, so we don't want any of that there. So let's go to 0, just erase it. And with auto normalize on, it should automatically give that stuff back to the surrounding bones, which are the dress bones. I think I could even go here and just blur these out. Because yeah, that looks way too solid. Just make sure it's very blurred. I actually don't even really want to do the 0.1 bones with the 0.001 bones as much, because I'll keep them there just as a, if I want to move it like a ton, but otherwise I just want to, I'll just move the bottom bones instead. Weight paint, just make this extra blurry because it'll auto normalize to the surrounding area. So I think that actually means it won't, would it give it back to the thighs though? Is it that might have been there already. Let's delete that. I don't think it would have applied that little bit to the thighs. It'll save it to the dresses. So that part's a little blurred out. So let's go to the next one, which is actually the back one, I guess. And get rid of the cape. That's actually pretty fine already. Just keep it blurred. I don't know why is that? It's the auto normalize is not saying there's nowhere else to put that stuff. So blur all this stuff out. It's probably applied some of like pelvis as well, I guess. I should check that. So let's go to pelvis. That's not sorted by name. There it is. Spine. The spine's these ones are for the bottom area, but it goes up to 4 for like the neck, and the spine 6 is the head, so that's fine. Thighs, pelvis, what is I was looking for? Pelvis, yeah, there's some. Although I feel like I just blur it out because I feel like up here we would want that, but I don't really know. I don't really know where the pelvis bone specifically affects it. I think that's fine now. Shoulders should work. Let's see. Shoulders are definitely going to mess up a lot, I think. Because the back is perfectly fine, but the front is... I mean, really move it too far forward. I feel like there should be a way that I could make that a bit better. Let's actually grab and separate just this area. Like around here, I think. Actually, don't hide these because I don't want to see them. I need to select the perfect area. I just select these. That should be good, and that. I guess just get these as well. I guess this would be good as well. I'll probably just take this whole area. Let's take that and separate it. Then I can do the data transfer method with this part. Data transfer, generate layers, apply that. Now let's see how it looks when I do the shoulder again. Yeah, it's definitely a lot better. It's not perfect, but it's better. So I think I'll just deal with that. So you can do a lot of fancy stuff to like cover that stuff up. Merge that by distance. That's all fixed because they're right in the same place. So that's probably good. I feel like that's most of it for the... You really only realize what's going wrong when you start trying to pose it for real. So I just have to make a pose to see how everything fans out. It's like, that looks fine. It's very easily. Oh, there we go. There's some dress weights in the cape. Gotta get rid of those. Actually, I'll force myself to not worry about the mirror modifier. So I'm going to go through and apply it all for each of these. I usually go in and save, I might as well do it anyway. Save a mirror checkpoint for this. So I'll save it separately, and then go back to where I had it before and save it again. So if anything really goes wrong, I'll have the mirrored version in the background still that I can just go back to if I need to. Yeah, go back to the normal version. Now I can just apply all these mirrors. Apply the mirror, apply the mirror. That was armature. Apply the mirror. Apply the mirror for everything. Apply the mirror. That's shape keys. I can just get rid of those. So we're going to add shape keys later. Of course, you need to apply the shape key. Oh, wrong order. You need to get rid of the key first. You need to apply the mirror to do shape keys in the first place. So I'll have to do this eventually. No shape keys. Just apply the mirror. Apply the mirror. Apply the shrink wrap. No, I don't want to do that. I just want to apply the mirror. There is no mirror on that one. There's a mirror on this one. That's all applied. The ears are separate. Shape keys because I took them away from the head. Move that up. No, that won't bend at all. And this has a mirror as well. I guess do I even need, because the hat's not going to move at all, so I won't even care about that. And I can apply the mirror of the teeth and tongue, which I don't think I need to, but might as well. Actually, I'll put that up there, even though the teeth aren't going to deform that. So I think that's all good. Yeah, the mirror's all there. So what was I going to do with the... Oh, I was going to go through and use the add-on that I have to remove all unused vertex groups. So now I can just remove all the ones that aren't there. So you can see it has a bunch of dress stuff that I don't want. So I can just get rid of all those. And then go back in and make sure it's all blurred correctly. So blur it with auto normalize on, it'll fill in everything that it needs to. Cape L. Just do a lot of blurring because it's a very wide shape. Oh, I don't have mirror on. Let's mirror again. I think it was it on for this side? Let's see. That's L3, R3. Yes. Accidentally had it off for some reason, which I'm pretty sure it's like different like settings for different like bones for some reason. So that's why it was like weird. That's why it didn't transfer over for some reason, which is really annoying. Yeah, that should be fine now. At least redo it again, just make it a little bit better. Just make everything symmetrical as I need to. So yeah, that should be good now. Actually, this part might not be blurred. Should be good. Actually, could probably even go to the neck area, which is the spine, like 5-ish. Or even like blur out the jaw. The jaw is what I probably need the more. So just blur out the jaw part because it's gonna affect this section. That's all good. The hat, why is the hat bone affecting this area? So that's why you should check this stuff and delete it, because that doesn't make any sense. Then does it still have the zipper and button? I guess it didn't actually auto normalize. That's weird. I should check the shoulder ones as well. That's fine. I should probably, well, I shouldn't affect this stuff because I data transferred this stuff, so it's the way it should be. Forearm, cape, the breastbones, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna do a lot of that. So that should be good for that. Now it shouldn't have any mistakes. Yeah, so now I can do the same thing for this one. Remove unused. So let's see, is there any hair? Dress is what we need. Rest cape. I guess I shouldn't have cape here because the cape is for the cape and not the not cape. That's probably for the back of the dress. So I have to paint that again. Dress B. Here, it's like probably just blur these a little bit. Probably all you need to do. Dress pinky, I guess the pinky would affect it a little bit over here. Hand, pelvis, thigh, just shouldn't have thighs on it anymore. Probably has like an insignificant little amount left. Thumb, yeah, the thumb would affect it a little bit, although it actually wouldn't. You could probably, if I do this. Yeah, it shouldn't be affected by the thumb curling, so I should get rid of those. So just the thumb, like base, I guess. Because the base only gets moved by this, which is at least more normal. It's affecting it a little still. Probably should, yeah, I think I should just get rid of the thumb stuff because the palm and the hand section will be good enough. Then I should definitely weight paint the palm section. Palm L. Did I get rid of 2 for some reason? There's 1, 3, 4, but not 2. I guess it just didn't affect it enough. Yeah, I can see auto normalize is filling in a lot of gaps there. Let's see. Hand is probably what I need more. Just blur it all because I think I should actually get rid of the palms and just make it all relative to the hand. Because, yeah, that should be good enough. Just blur all this stuff, and I think it should appear again. It should appear in some areas. Did I not get some of that? Oh, for the pinky, I guess. So yeah, I should get rid of the pinky. And then the hand will fill it in. And why is this area? You can actually check what areas have what. First of all, I should move this back so it doesn't look as weird. Just like fix it up. just go back on some of the frill area just so it doesn't look weird. You can actually check what areas, what vertex groups this has. Hand and forearm. So I don't know why. I guess it is being affected by the forearm a lot, so that's fine. But I definitely want. Actually, I think I want to blur this a lot over here, because then it'll like not be fully pulled along by the hand. That'll look kind of robotic, whereas this will make it look a little bit more. Just make sure, yep, mirror is on, so I didn't waste a bunch of time. I'll add this back to 1. Get some of that back in to make it a little bit more even. It's not affecting that area enough. And that should probably be good enough. This is only a couple of edges anyway, so it should be blending it smoothly. Let's see how it looks. So you can see it does only react a little bit, I guess, to the... It still reacts a lot to the hand, but still it's a little bit better than it being perfectly aligned. You need to like pull it up like this to make it perfect. It is definitely would need something to make it not like collide with the thumb a lot better. But everything else should be fine. G is what I need. So I think that's pretty much all places I can imagine going wrong. Just do another random pose. I don't want to mirror it anymore. And I guess maybe I should have it affect the hand, affected by the hand a lot more. See, it looks around. It looks forward and back. Let's move a bunch of stuff around. It should be. Why is that not following along? Did I get rid of the constraint somehow? Because I like undid it. Undid it. This is gonna be the rig, and then head, bit bone. Just child of that. It should be moving. Rest position. Pose. I need to undo all this and then set inverse. There we go. Now it should be following along. And I still need to do the eyebrows, but we'll do that in a second. I'm just kind of crunching a little bit there. Let's try to blur that. Just for the hit. I guess the breast, I should probably just use the upper arm. Just blur it. Should be a little bit better. It's not definitely still going to be weird, but actually I could use a corrective shape key for that. Because someone wanted me to do that. And just the mouth is still the mouth. It didn't really change anything there, so. But it is actually, the jaw is pulling in that part a lot, so get rid of that. Let's see, get rid of the jaw. Something else like the teeth or something that's going here. Press. Anywhere to the head, I guess. I wouldn't think that would be causing that much of an issue, just the little bit I saw there. So we'll have to just do it anyway. 0. I guess it is just that, all that. Jaw.l. And the normal jaw. Just don't want this to be affected that much, just the top area. Kind of crunching in a lot. And the solidify does not like doing that. That's really messed up. I guess if I like blurt it out more to the inside. Just blurt it out altogether. It should probably be better to get rid of that weird effect than to worry about like clipping and stuff. Wow, that is screw up so much. Edge looks good. A bit more up there, I guess. I fixed it enough, I think. Didn't even move it. Shouldn't even have that down that far. I think that's all that, and the hair is unaffected by anything else. But let's see. Should get rid of the unused groups. Let's see, forehead makes enough sense. Temple, yeah, that's good. That's all directly parented. Should get rid of the groups here. That's good, I think. Forehead, just see if there's any bit that's like... I think that's all good. Should do it for all these, just make sure. Didn't have any, so let's see what it's all here. Index, pinky. Shouldn't have any like dress or cape in it. Good. And this has cape in it. Should get rid of that and dress. Dress. Wait, where did the cape go? I guess it got deleted. And this one. Shin. Yeah. Well, thigh. Why would it be affected by the thigh? Get rid of that. Say that's good. Now just a little bit more perfect. So I think that's everything of this kind of section. We're at 2 hours. Definitely going to do the shape keys because it's a pretty fundamental part of this process, but definitely think we can say that the... Did I even test the ponytail at all? I think it might need to be smooth because it's probably very weird back here. Oh yeah, that's smooth. And smooth this out as well, but I need to... Actually, that was deleting, not smoothing. Do a 1 and just add in a little bit down to this bottom section because that's important. It needs to all follow along. Should be roughly the same color. I think that should be good. It's definitely a little off. Just gotta make it even smoother. Maybe if I do get rid of some of that, let's see, just look better a little bit. I think the inside part of that is kind of weird, so that's probably why it looks weird. As long as it looks good enough. Yeah, that looks honestly a little bit better because it gives some variety to the shape. Although I think it will look weird if I put it the other way. But yeah, who cares? That's good enough. Yep, I think we can do other stuff now. But I at least have to... Why did it do that? Gotta go back to the normal camera. At least put a little pose in for the hat. I definitely need to change the hat. I'll add the extra stuff with the shapes and colors and stuff when I start doing the shape keys and stuff, because that'll be a big part of that. Let's do at least a little pose. had a little bit of smirk. Oh yeah, I forgot to show the thing here, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom so I can do it with an empty mind. Put our arms down. Just show that it's posed a little bit, even though I still need to do the eyes. You can see the eyebrows being messed up, but whatever. So yeah, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom and do a lot more of this stuff. Returned water. Okay, I did not forget about the eyebrows. I'm gonna do that soon. Just wanted to do the rest. All that back. So think first, should I... Let's actually see what this looks like. It actually looks completely fine now. Dang it, I was going to do it... I mean, it looks a little... like it could be a little better. Let's do it anyway. I'm going to create a corrective shape key for the cape. So... what that means is that it's like some part of your rig isn't making the exact perfect shape you want. So like for here, you can see that I want the cape to kind of like fall down her arm a little bit more. You can see it's like kind of linked to that area. But what I can do is actually create a shape key to create that shape. And then use a driver to make it apply when it's going down. I should actually contact the person that wanted to know about corrective shape keys really quick. Could I wait a second? Because usually you use these for like the legs. Definitely probably could use one here to like make it a little bit perfect, more perfect. But that doesn't really seem too necessary in this case. Like it is like clipping into each other, but it is not that big of a deal. Yeah, I'll just do it for the cape so you can see how it works. I just don't even really know whether that person's online. So hard to like look through my... Just click on his name. Yeah, he's offline. So I'll send him the timestamp for this part of the stream. So first off, I need to move the stuff into place where it is messing up. So you can see right here, if I have the hand like down like this, I want to have the shape key apply like right there. So we can do that. So first of all, before you do shape keys, apply your mirror modifier and apply all the modifiers you need to apply. Because you can't apply them afterwards unless you have an add-on. So I'll just do that. And of course, I have an add-on here called Shape Keys Plus that gives you like folders for like sorting shape keys, which is really nice. I don't think I'll really use them for this case because I only need two. I'll only need two for these. So key 1 will be like, let's call it corrective. Let's call it, I don't really have like a methodology for like naming this stuff because I don't really use them that much. Well, like core like folder. So now I can just go in with the shape key selected, and I'll actually need to go over here and turn on editing this button for here so I can actually see how, because I'm only going to have it apply when the arm is like this, so I want to make sure it looks perfect in this case. First I'll take off mirror because I only want it to be on one side, or like each side individually, and now just move it so it looks good. So I'll move this part down. I can like move this over so it's like a little bit more like that. And then this part will be like down like this. Yeah, so now it looks a lot better, now that the arm is where it should be. So the next step is just to create a driver that activates it at the right time. So as you can see, this is what the difference is. It's much better. But you need to think about, which I guess it doesn't even really look that bad like that, but yeah, I might as well just tell you how to work it anyway. So first of all, I should actually name this .l because we're going to mirror it in a second. But we need to add a driver. And of course, I have introductions to shape keys and drivers as a video if you want that. But I'm just going to quickly go over. I feel like almost explaining what a shape key and a driver is raw like this is a little hard. Just watch the introduction to that video if you need it. But I'm going to have it reference the rig, of course. But I need to make it reference a bone. So you need to wonder what bone is moving here. So I want it to move, to go to the normal section. You can see this is actually its Z rotation, but like what bone is this? It's like the upper arm IK. Then of course, if you turn it to FK, then it wouldn't actually be affecting that bone at all. So you need to find some bone that both IK and FK are affected. Both IK and FK affect that bone. So we can actually go over here and find these bones at the bottom. These are like special bones that like are hidden. It's like these are all like the functional bones that are on the model, on the Vergify rig. If you go to org, these org bones, as you can see, they're actually in the same shape as the Metarig. So you can imagine them being the exact same bones as the Metarig. So we can actually use these bones to reference for the corrective shape key. So you can see here, org upper arm .l. So let's use that one. That driver, so it'd be org, then be dash upper arm .l. So that'll always reference that bone specifically. And of course we want the rotation of it. So let's see, yeah, Z rotation is this way. So it'll be the Z rotation. So when the bone goes down like this, it'll activate the shape key and move it down the arm. So Z rotation, then in local space, obviously. And I think that's it. Let's get down to that. So let's see how it works right now. You can see now it's at 0, but if I move it down, it probably isn't working perfectly because rotation has a weird calculation scheme. Let's see. Or I think it might even be a different value. What is applying the value? Oh, it's a negative. Okay, so yeah, it's going down, which means we need to actually reverse the value because down is negative. So yeah, I can see now. That's good. So you can see it goes up when I move the arm up. When it goes down, it moves the arm, it moves the cape down. And you can see it adding to that. We can actually make it even better by multiplying it by 2 so it goes a little faster and completes it. Because you can see if it's at like 6, like 5 or 6 when it's down like this, which is the maximum quality that I want. So if I want to duplicate that, so it's at 10 or like, 1. When it gets to that point, it's now a lot more, now like perfect. It automatically adjusts. And of course, we can compare that to the other side. So let's actually get rid of that and let's move up this thing so we actually see the difference. And then mirror. So move it all down. You can see like a different thing. And it looks perfectly the same unless you go like really far in, but you're probably not going to do that. So yeah, that's how corrective shape keys work. You can use them in a lot of different places. Let's actually go in and mirror this. So I think the shape keys plus add-on adds this thing, which just lets you mirror it instantly. So use that and then flip the L and R. So now it should be on both sides. Nope, did not work. It's not even activating. Why? Oh, because it's now rotating in a positive direction. So now we didn't undo the negative. Yep, that's how things work. So yeah, now it's on both. That's perfect. At least that works easily now. It's a simple little corrective shape key. This could even... And we're at 2 hours and 30 minutes. I probably should get the shape keys, but I guess this is kind of shape keys. Let's see if let's at least try to quickly do it. If I do a shape key here, and this will be to fix this weird like thing there. So turn on that. Go over here. Move this into a place where it looks good. This is the other side. So what to do it on the left side. The bone, there aren't even any vertexes in there. Do that, just, why is it over there? Because, yeah, this is really weird because this is where it is in reality, but yeah. Just need to eyeball it. So yeah, just make that bend down like that. That looks a lot better than the other one. I guess I could even like pull this part out a little bit to make it look better. That. Probably would need to even go further than this because I need to have it like the feet are like all the way up, but this should be fine. So yeah, that's that. So now we need to have it activate when the org, because since like this is the thigh bone and this is the shin bone, it'll only activate when the shin bone bends up towards the thigh bone. So we actually need to make it reference the shin bone. So this will be like core knee, of course. So go in here, delete this part up here, then rig, and then it'll be the org shin. Yep, shin. And then rotation. Let's find out the rotation. I think it org rotation. So the shin bone, it'll be the X rotation here. X rotation, local space. So yeah, it should activate now when I move this up backwards. Let's see if it did. Yep, it activated. I wish I could keep this up. It's another like pin button. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, it actually went pretty farther than I needed to. Let's see. Because you really want it to activate when it like... This doesn't really look that bad. Like around there is what it would be at full. Yeah, that's fine. It's probably a way to make it more perfect, but that'll be good for now. What you can also do is like go into the driver's editor. And this is like a curve you can like bend to like make it like bend perfectly to like whatever like position you need. So you can create like a really complex driver there, but I don't need to here. So let's just copy and mirror. I don't actually should. Dot L, and then copy and mirror. Just to say it, I guess. If you want to copy something, you go in here, and then I think it has different things. There's a duplicate here, and then like a flip instead of a mirror. And then just do that for both of the things. Like you go and mirror the shape key like that, and that'll mirror it. So yeah, so you do it without the add-on. Let's see if it works with this side as well. Still but it is working at least. Should make sure it works for only one side. Yeah, of course it works. So that's two really useful shape keys, or corrective shape keys. Let's see, this one need it? Not really. I was thinking you could add a shape key for like this part, but I feel like I just need to deal with the weight painting for it. I think I might just do that really quick because I just add more weights to make it follow the hand more. It does look pretty bad. Definitely would be a good case to use shape keys or corrective shape keys for this part, but it's mirrored. Just like a little bit better this way. Should probably be a little bit better. Yeah, that's definitely a lot better. So that's that, and now I can actually do the other shape keys. So normally I kind of just add bones to the big rig to do all that, but I'm actually going to add them to the Metarig just to like test that method out because I've never really done it before. I know how it's done, so I'll show it. So first of all, I go up here to, I guess, does the hide thing even really... Can I turn that off for edit mode? Yeah, good. Turn off that and get rid of that. So we need to add bones for the face stuff that we want to do. So I'll take this and then call it or something. I'll actually do the brow first, so brow.l.001. And then go over to the other side, paste that, and then revert to L to R. So let's make the brow, because it's really quick. So wireframe all edges, get rid of the solidify. Now just add one bone for each of these edges here. Go up here. It doesn't need to be that perfect, but it should at least be on the head. Right there, and make it smaller. And duplicate it across, and then just give one bone per brow edge. In this case, I can actually give it a rectify, go to the pose mode for that. Yeah, I don't want a tentacle. I want simple or super copy for this. I can even give it a cube shape, and then go over here and select all of these to copy that data over. Save me a lot of time. Copy to selected and copy to selected. So now they all have copy and cube. So that's nice and easy. I'll regenerate the rig and add that. Regenerate. Oh, did it actually upside down, I think. I can actually easily reverse the direction. Yeah, I accidentally put them upside down. Sometimes a mistake. You can actually right click and switch direction. Now they're easy. Easy peasy. And regenerate. So that should be that. I should technically adjust the roll of the bones, which is pretty obvious once you see me edit it. Over here and over here in the roll, just the twist kind of. Just make it so that they're facing the right way. Or facing outside. They should all be facing the X direction in that way, so like this instead. I think, did it adjust the ones on here? Yeah, it did. So I can just regenerate that again. Regenerate. Now the cubes will rotate. Why is this one off? Whatever, I'm going to edit that later. So now I can go over here, parent that with empty groups, because we're going to do a lot very quickly and easily. And in the vertex groups, go to brow. It should be called, yeah, these ones. Yeah, because the BR and the other brow, yeah, BR and TR are for the Rigify stuff. So brow.L is what we need. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I don't think that applies to the other side because there is a wrong side. Yeah, it didn't apply, so we have to do it manually, but it's quick. So that. I forgot to parent these, so I'll do that in a second. And that. So now the brow should be following that. Easily make a shape. Actually, once we put this up here, of course, and I guess we want it to shrink armature and then shrink wrap, I think. Yeah. I can very easily make eyebrow shapes, but it won't follow the head until we parent them to the head. So gotta go back to the Metarig. So grab all these. Let's grab all of them and go to the head. Parent with keep offset. And then regenerate. I'm talking quietly because I am talking a lot and I'm reaching my maximum talking. But yeah, now it should be. I think the regenerating rig is actually getting rid of the constraint for the hat, so that's why that's happening. Yeah, now it's following the head, so it should always be perfect. That's all you need to do for the eyebrows. And since, like I said before, since she doesn't really have any like eye sockets or like a larger brow on her head, you don't really need to care about like getting like a real brow kind of thing going on. If you did have like an actual like full on like brow like edge there, I'd recommend actually doing shape keys and like having shape keys to like affect both the brow and the ridge of the brow at the same time. But that is a lot of work, so I do not like doing that. So yeah, that's that. So now let's actually add the... Actually, put this hair. Here, I guess could even make a collection with the hair. So we can separate all that out. Nice. Here, I could even do, since the brows are also hair, I could put them there. And the eyelashes, I guess. And then just the rest of this chunk. It's very easy to look at. So yeah, now let's actually go into the Metarig and add bones for the shape keys we're going to eventually add for the eyes. So hold on, I'm going to close my window real quick. So I don't want any bugs to get in. It's Florida bugs. So I'm just going to, I guess, like the 2D face that we made just a while ago, or, you know, yesterday. I'm going to kind of do the same kind of simple setup for that I kind of did for the expressions that I'm going to do for the 2D face, I guess. So I'm going to have a blink, like a down blink and an up blink, as well as different shape keys for moving the bottom lid up and the top lid up and down as like a halfway kind of a thing. So what I would need for that is if I take this bone, of course, rename it instantly so I don't forget. So this will be blink.l. And this will be blink.r on this side. And this will also qualify for top lid as well. So I guess it could be, I should call it top lid. Top lid.l instead. It's not just going to be blinking. .r. And then I never really know how to apply the happy blink, so I'll just put it here as like a separate thing. Kind of put them more like in the middle of the eye, totally. A little bit peeking through there, but I don't really care. This will be happy blink.l. This one, happy blink.r. And then bottom lid. You also need to do a bunch of the eyes themselves. So bottom lid.l. Top lid.r. And then for the eyes, I guess I should do a shape key for the irises themselves. I should actually more instead do a just a thing with the control bones over here anyway. So I'll have to add one for the eye itself. So I.r or .l, and then there's already one called .l in the Rigify rig. So let's actually call it I control dot. I want to call the control bones the ones you actually control the control bones. Call it, I think actually with the capital I.l, it'll be fine. It's capitals matter. Then this will be I.r. Then we'll actually need to put some bones over here to actually control them. So it'll be I control.l, and then it'll be I control.r. And then I need one bone in the middle to control them both at the same time. Delete that and delete that. Go over here and turn these both to 0. This will be iMaster dot. No, dot. This is iMaster. So I could probably even make this bigger just to make it look better. Move it back to 0, 0. So that's that. I think I need to parent these bones to this one in the middle, then parent this one to the head. That was already parented. And these bones should all be parented to the head as well, because that's what you want. I need to move these. The eye bone needs to be right in the middle of the eye, so Shift S, cursor just selected. Then move this one, cursor just selected to cursor, and that was not mirrored, so I should mirror them. And then make us point out of the bone, out of the eye. It's not going to be perfectly in line unless I go over here. It's Z, I think. I should fix the roll as well. Make it flat, even though it doesn't really matter. I think it does kind of matter when we set up the constraint. So it would be, this is the Z direction, so I copy this and put it here. That is not what I wanted, the other way around. Yeah, the head is at the top, and then this is that. So there we go. So I think that's all of the stuff we need for the eyes. And everything will be applied to those. So let's first do all the well, I gotta generate this, of course. So that means I need to go over here and do special stuff. I think for all of these, I should do raw copy. Yeah, I'll do raw copy. Not that, raw copy. I'll explain why in a second after I put them all in. Actually, why is that? That's tilted a little bit. They're tilted, so I'll scale them on the Y, wrong Y. Scale them on the Y, 0. So I think that's good. They all should have raw copy. Apply it all, yeah. Widget type. Yeah, I want to. So the reason why I want to do raw copy instead of super copy is that, is this the same? Is that for the drivers that we're going to use for the eye bones, they need to reference the name of the bone. And when you do a super copy, I think it changes the name of the bone very slightly. So if this one's called, you know, brow 3, whatever, and it's a super copy, this one, the bone you actually control is called, it is called the same thing. So I do not, well, let's see that. So wait, can I do super copy then? That'll save a lot of time. Not a lot of time, it'll save some time. I don't see any reason why I would not be able to use super copy, so let's try that out. I definitely thought you needed, I thought super copy changed the name of the bone you control a little bit. So I guess I'll put in super copy and see what happens. Not for that one though, that doesn't need any. These all need shapes though. So let's go back and go into pose mode. Super copy, let's test this out ourselves. Super copy, they're all cubes. I guess that's good for those, but I think for these I want circles. Wait, I didn't even copy the selected. Which one did I select? Super copy. Super copy. And copy to selected, so now they're all super copy. So that should be good. And do that for this. Let's turn this back into a circle. And then copy to selected. Is there a... I feel like they're... I actually use the Rigify eye bone for that. Eye bone shape for that anyway, so let's do that manually. But I think that should be good. Yeah, let's generate. I'll show you a printed with the head, so we'll see that if that works. Up there, facing the weird way, but whatever. Actually, that might matter a tiny bit. Hold on, I'll redo this. Just delete these, because I probably should have done that after I had the eye bone. I'll actually go back and think it will matter a tiny bit if I need to like be facing up and down like that. It's good on both sides, so duplicate that, move it forward, and then duplicate these. That mirrored, yeah. So I can do that, delete that, and move this to the middle, and scale it up a tiny bit just to make it different. Then I can parent these to that. Then go to super copy. I don't know why. Oh, there wasn't a thing there in the first place. Never mind. And copy selected. Now it's a circle, so that's good. So now that should be good. But did I also parent these correctly? So these should be parented to that. That's good. And these should be parented to that. So that's good. So now we can regenerate again. So that should be good to start with. So let's check these bones again. Yep, top of the .l, happy blink.l, they're just the same names. Yeah, so the should all work. So for the eyes, we already parented them to the head, so let's just add the damped track constraint, I'm pretty sure it is. So let's make it follow the control bone here. Oh, there's an object constraint, not a bone constraint. Oh wait, no, it is object constraint, I'm done. No, for this one, it's copy rotation. For the object itself, it's copy rotation. So you want this to copy the rotation of this bone. Why is it not letting me do that? It needs to be I capital .l. Now it's copying that rotation, and then local space, and then replace add, so it doesn't change anything. And invert it, because you can see it's inverted. Let's see, place, why is it? Let's see if it's actually just doing anything in the first place. Wait, it wouldn't do anything. Let's add the here, the damped track constraint as a bone constraint. And then select this control here. Now it should be following this. I didn't even rename it correctly. So it is following it correctly, but then why is it upside down? Scale is negative. Can I apply that? That's weird. I guess I should have applied the scale. I didn't even realize it was a negative scale. That's weird. I just gotta do it for the other side. Now it should be fine. Well, it should be reversed, but I need to reverse that anyway. This is following it correctly, so you reverse the copy rotation. Not there, not there. There. So now it should be working. Yep. That's got to do the same thing for the other side. But I also realize I should have renamed these again. So I'm going to do that before I get too far, because I think it'll delete the constraints. This will be called I control dot L. This will be I control dot R. And then I master, and then regenerate. So I think it should be broken, but I should just be able to redo the, yeah, well that's the same name. So this one should be the one I need to change. But it doesn't have any constraints in the first place, so. Damped track, not inverse kinematics, damped track. Select and select. And do the same thing for the other side. They should both be following. I just need to do the same constraint for that side, so I'll just copy this over, copy to selected. And then it should be I.R, obviously. And it should not be mirrored on that side, I think. Hope it should. Yep, so there we go. Now it should be perfect. Following along perfectly. And because of the lattice squishing the eye, it all works out normally. Doesn't like make the eye bulge out of the head or anything. So that's nice and perfect. So that's all that done. And now I think I just have to do the shape keys themselves. So this is the part that I always neglect doing on my models. It's just, it feels like it takes a long time, but I don't think it actually does. It just feels like it does. So let's do that. So I'm gonna hide this, and I might as well hide the hair so it's easier to look at. So first of all, you obviously need to apply a mirror modifier before you do any of this. Shit. Oh, dang it. Did I guess, yeah, I can just redo it later. I realized that for the head bool, I'm gonna need to copy all these shape keys over. But I can just, blank out the mouth again in that case. So that shouldn't be too bad. So, take a sip before I do all this. So let's start by, so once again, Shape Keys Plus lets you actually add a folder. Call this I.L. Go down. So yeah, for the I, this will be blink. Or should I do the thing? It's already been like 3 hours. Should I effort? Because I should just show it off because I was going to explain what I wanted to do for my actual models. So what I'll actually do is this will be half dot L, but then I'll actually do something special for the blink where I'll make the drivers go so it goes halfway first and then goes further down. So when I put the bone halfway, it'll actually have a solid, like, appealing, like, halfway kind of shape to it. So yeah, I'll do that. So then I'll copy that over when I do that later. Then I'll do happy blink. I guess I should actually, I always wonder whether I should do the half as well for the thing, but whatever. I'll just do it like that because happy blink is very like strange compared to everything else. So top up dot L for the top line going up, and then bot up dot L, then bot down dot L. So I think that's good enough for like a lot of expressions. So you can just use top up and bot down for a surprise one, and happy blink of course. So that should not be nearly that bad. Let's exaggerate how bad this sit stage is. So first off, create the shape key for the half, which I'll just want these bones, or these verts, not that one. Just move them halfway. Make sure mirror is not on, because you do not want to do, for both sides, we'll have different shape keys for both sides. So just move it down like that. And move it out like this. I'll just flatten it out. See direction. So that'll be a very satisfying kind of mid shape. Move it down a bit more, maybe. Maybe move this part a bit down more. That'll be a nice solid thing. I'll try and go fast so I don't get be a perfectionist about this. So I'll actually copy this. So this will be the same shape, but this will be the full blink. So blink.l. So going from that point, I go down all the way. Make sure I don't select that part. Just go down all the way. And then just make sure everything bends correctly with it. It'll all be covered by the eyelash, so it doesn't matter too much, but it'll be nice to keep it perfect a little bit. Just make it smooth. I should probably take down this part on the inside. That'll make it a little bit smoother. Probably shouldn't do that because it'll like change the. Actually, I should also bring this part down a tiny bit because it'll make this shape a little bit nicer. Just puff this out so it doesn't flatten out too much. And then this side. Pull pull that down, pull this down. I think this will be easily covered by the eyelash, so that should be good. So then what I'll do is, you can actually change how it blends here. So all shape keys by default affect the basis shape key. But if you turn this one to a different shape key, like if I turn this down to half, if I turn this up, it kind of doesn't really look that well, because it'll affect it relative to the half shape key. So if I put that down first and then this one, it'll look normal. But if it's only this one, it'll look weird. So yeah, when I do the drivers, it'll like apply the half first and then apply the blink. So it'll create a very solid shape. And that's really useful if you have like really like bulging eyes, because then you could really easily kind of make it so the eyelids don't like clip on top of the eye. So yeah, that's that. That's the rest. I guess I could try and just copy this over. This will be happy blink.l. Move that down just so it's sorted nicely. Then I'd have to, yeah, I guess that is still better. I guess, no, it's not really better, because when you do the happy blink, your bottom lid comes up and your top lid goes down, whereas it makes sense for the blink to have the half, because it'll go like down all the way, I guess. But for the happy blink, you just go straight to the happy expression. Plus the eyes are pretty flat anyway. I pointed to the screen like you see me. I don't know why I'm expressing like I have a camera on me. I technically do, but I'm a VTuber. I do not have other expressions. I'm just emoting like all the streamers I watch. Yeah, I just go straight to making the expression. Let's pull this part up. Getting that, so just pull this up. I'll probably pull this part up a bit too. Then make it like a very arched, happy expression. Just pull this down, put it down to there. Okay, rid of that. Put that there. Just get it close before I do the final adjustments. Just realized I guess I'll add the Boolean bones later. I guess I should have done that now, because it'll delete some of the constraints or whatever. Like here. It'll be a good test for seeing if the super copy type bones will actually maintain their drivers right. Let's make it nice and smooth. Should also, yeah, it's close enough. Sure it has enough volume, so yeah, that'll be covered by the eyelash, so that should be good. Actually, should pull this down a bit too, like I did before. Make it puff out just to maintain that shape. Should be that. And the rest of them are really easy. I'll try to by a Rick Shoot. I don't know who that is. Look it up, because I do know a sort of ribbon-like rigging technique. Let's type in that name really quick and see if I recognize a video from them. Rick Shoot. That's actually, yeah, I don't recognize this. Yeah, if it uses like bendy bones and stuff like that, then I could at least assume how it works, but yeah, I've never seen that before. yeah, I still feel like when it comes to like cartoony characters, I feel like shape keys are a lot more reliable for getting like an appealing cartoony expression. Because you can control exactly what the face looks like. For the mouth, it'll probably work, but yeah, I don't know. Always depends. Just quickly do top up. Let's get these. Move it up. Move this up a little bit more on the side. Surprise expression. And bot up. So this will be like a kind of slightly happy expression. You can use that with the half to make a good look. Move this part up a bit too, because it pulls along the cheek. And bot down to make the other side of the big expression. Or the surprise expression. That should be it. Probably should like pull this up a bit to maintain the shape of the cheek there. Should be good, I think. So all these are sorted, I think. Happy blink. Normal blink, which requires half. And that's it. So, of course, it did not take that long. Just to get a couple of shapes in place. So next, you just have to driver them. So add driver, rig, then top lid dot L. Then it's the Y location because that's the up and down of each bone. And then local space. Then we need to multiply it. And since we want it to go up while the bone goes down, turn it negative, and then just put in like a 5 just to test out the pacing. See how it works. Pull it down. Yeah, it's too slow. So if it's like right, yeah, like right there, like right above the thing, let's put it like right there. So we can make it, mess with the number to make it get to that point. Exactly. Yep, so like 15 should be there. So now it should follow along almost exactly. Up a little too far, so it should be like 13. That should be good. Let's see how that works. Yep. Now it follows almost exactly. It's an easy way to get the right number. So yeah, easy. Even copy that for the top part and just make it positive, and then do like a, this is a small change. I'll put it like 25 to see how that works. Put up. Might be a little faster. Be like 35. Make it like really fast and make it perfect. Yeah, that's good. Like follows along perfectly. That goes up and down super smoothly. Then for the happy blink, just kind of copy the same thing, paste, but then make it for the happy blink bone. Then Y, that should be good. I should probably even make it slower. Let's see, put it like right there. That should be how it, and if that's full, that's the wrong one. Turn it down to like 5 to see, it's too slow. 7 and 8. 8's good. Now it follows perfectly. That doesn't have any other things to go with it, so that's good. And then to the bottom one, just copy the same thing again. So it's going to be up. Yeah, bot up, so it would be bot lid.l. Y location local space, and it goes up for, so positive. And then should be a big number, so put it like 30. See how it works. Yeah, that's pretty perfect already. Then copy that for the bottom one. Copy that bottom, paste. Spot lid, yeah, and then make it negative. It needs to be faster than that, actually. Let's make it up to like 45 almost. Big numbers. Okay, that should be good enough. Now it goes up and down super easily. You can pair it with the half to make it a squint or a, I don't even know what that would be. Yeah, now you gotta do the fancy one for a full blank. So obviously copy that, put it down. So I think for this you usually, I think you put, say you, like, this isn't like generally my method, but I think you do +1. So it's like being active, it'll be like 1 behind. So let's see if that worked. Nope. Maybe it needs to be 1 ahead. Because it's putting in a 0.1. That's the half, wrong one. So yeah, it's still going 4 down. Oh, thanks for the compliments, of course, but I learned all this stuff just from just like trial and error and practice and YouTube tutorials. So yeah, it just takes a lot of time and effort to, of course, I also have like experience as a 2D artist for like a long time. So I kind of came naturally a lot more. But actually switch this to, actually might be the other way around with more on the outside, or the plus on the outside. So yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, it goes down half and goes down further when you cross that point. So it creates the full blink super easily. That's kind of how you create an in-between thing. I think it doesn't really... Yeah, it is going good. So yeah, it switches right to the blink when you get to that around this point. So yeah, that's super quick and easy. Less than 30 minutes. I pretty much have it all done. Although I do need to do the eyelashes for all this stuff, so... Yep, so I can go over here. Of course, shape keys plus gives you the special button to just hold that down. Shape key mirrored. Now it's all mirrored and all named the right thing. Just need to change the bones themselves. And it should all be the same thing because it's all just vertical stuff, not horizontal stuff. Let's test it, see if it worked. Oh, that's right. Because if you go over here, let's see. Blink.r is actually being affected by the half.l. We need it to be half.r. So that's that. So now it should be working. Yep, happy blink is working. That's working. Yep, it's all working. So that's that. Now we just need to replicate the exact same stuff for the eyelashes. Where are the eyelashes? Let's put them in the hair. Eyelashes. So I guess the problem is that I should not have applied the drivers because I want to control this stuff manually so I can mess with the eyelashes. Mirrors off. I can at least do these super easily. This will be super easy. The basis, then folder, and all the same things. I.L, then half.L. Copy that for the blink. Then happy blink.L. Top up.L. I don't even think this will be affected at all by the bottom lid thing. So let's see. Yeah, that is not going to be affected at all. So I wouldn't even bother putting that shape key in there. And same with the bottom lid, so just those. That will be all good. Even easier that way. So happy blink, just make it full happy blink, and then just sync it up. All to 0. No mirror. So we can just grab these, move it down. So gotta get it close enough, and I can make it look pretty later. Yeah, that's good. I think I should just keep this, make the curve better. Just move this down a bit. Make this flip up a bit more. The blink that would actually happen to create this expression is very fast. So I don't really notice too many small differences. You just notice that there's a black line making the eye shape. So I think that's good enough. Let's look at it rendered. This looks completely fine. No weirdness. And for the half, this would be weird. The top up, let's do that. This will be 2 seconds. And top up, just pull that up. Just make it fit the shape. Maybe I should really pull these. Probably pull this one up a tiny bit. This side will be. I know that's corrected in the original part, but it's good. I feel like this doesn't look right. Moving up that much. A little better. So I guess I could just copy over those drivers really quick. Just happy blink, copy driver, and paste it over. And then same for the pop up. Edit, copy, and paste. Actually, does it like warp? Is it all the way up there? It warps a tiny bit. I'll make it bend a bit better. It's because it's like there isn't an actual vertex there. With eye's thickness, you mean the actual shape of the eye, like this thickness? That's that's created intentionally by these eye lattices. So I could pull these out. Feel on the Y. It's just made it to be flat for the sake of a cartoony expression. It still works moving around like this. That's why I like it. It's supposed to be very cartoony, so this looks good enough to me. So I just need to figure out, I guess I'll actually copy to the right side so I can just delete these and bring them back later. So delete that, manually put up the half shape. And then I'll do it myself here. Of course, there's so few vertices that I don't even need to move that many things. Let's flatten this out a little bit. This is gonna have to flop downwards because that's how eyelashes work. Should be good. Like more flat on this side. Actually, maybe even make it more this. So that should be good. That's actually perfectly fits in with the side of the eyelash there. So now I just need to do the blink. Just have to keep them both activated. And blink. And one thing you need to know, should I put it on half? So wait. Where is that done? Why did that do that? Wait, Yeah, I actually accidentally didn't copy the blink. That's why that's doing that. Copy the blink, and then half, and make that blink.l. So now this will work. Of course, one thing you need to know about shape keys is that they kind of follow a straight line from their point, from their starting point to their end point. So here I'm going to mainly rotate these. So when the eye goes down like this, like this kind of part, it's like the tip of the eyelash will start up here and kind of flop downwards, which is like how eyelashes usually work, because that's how they're attached to the eye, of course. And just move all these down. Actually, see inside. Gotta keep adjusting these things. And I'll create a very smooth shape, like right here. I guess I could grab that as well. Actually, just go back into this so I could bring this down manually. Scale this in a little bit. Make it, I guess I should really get rid of the rig here because I don't need it. So give me some visual clarity. Hope I moved it too far down. So this will be forward. This will be up. Move these a little bit more inside so they're not quite as big. Make sure this curves up correctly. This is the part that we're going to actually see, so I'm going to make it look a lot better. I feel like this part should be like more like flat. It's like that. Actually, this part is way too far up. Should be like that, and maybe just pull this up a bit. What was you retracting your messages for, even though I answered them like a while ago? You make it everyone confused if they watch the chat. So I think that should look good. Yep, it seems like it flops down well enough. When it comes to a blink like that, it's more important that, at least what I should be saying is that it's like the blink happens so fast that you don't really need to make it super perfect. You just need to make it like happen at all. I can copy this over, copy this driver, paste that driver, and then just change the bone back. Copy the same driver over again. L, and then that should be good if they're both L. Let's see, let's double confirm that it's back to working. Yep. Then I can copy that over to the eyelash. Copy and paste. And then copy and paste. Now they should be following exactly. Yep. It's perfect eye. I was talking to the other person that I answered the question about the eye thickness or whatever. Yeah. I think they're all working perfectly now. I guess I just kind of clip into the eye like there a little bit, but I don't really care that much. When it comes to animation, you see stuff really fast, so it doesn't really matter that much. So then just copy and mirror, then mirror each bone. And then change the blink to have half.r instead. So now they should both be working. Yep. And that is the face done, except I realized I could also do the thing I mentioned with the iris shape keys. That'll be pretty quick. I'll just have a basis and then add a folder for, I guess they're both separated anyway, so I'll just get rid of that. So I want to make the iris big and the iris small. So go here, just go over here, and for big, just grab this and scale it out. Probably put this out a bit as well. And then make that bigger, so that'll be really big, but I guess, yeah, she's a cartoonic character, so I guess it'll justify it. But it's also kind of, I think that was there before, never mind. Make this bigger as well. Sometimes I have like extra like highlights inside of the eye that I move out for this sort of a thing, but I don't really need that right now. Should be good. And sometimes I also make a separate shape, or it's the same shape key, where I can actually change the minimum here, so the minimum won't be 0. Make it like -1, and then it'll shrink in on the opposite like direction. Of course, it doesn't really work like that here. So let's keep that at 0. Yeah, I'm thinking this will be my last stream of this, because the character will be pretty much done after this. I think I am just going to do that umbrella in a second to make it complete, because it shouldn't take that long. But yeah, I don't think there's not going to be any more streaming of this, because it's going to be complete after this. Yeah. I don't really know whether I'll be streaming that much later or like after this. That I definitely won't be doing like common character building stuff live, because I feel like that'll be like a lot of like effort. But please make 2D eye animation. I did create a 2D face for this, but I didn't really like the look, so I didn't really bother making the actual animation for it. But I like to at least show you it really quick. Should probably take away the other head. So in the shader, let's quickly go over it. If you see the, I'm assuming you would care about the video I would have made that actually shows this process in full. So I made this yesterday, but basically I have it so if you change these the offset to a different expression and go to both sides, it'll create a different expression. And also the eyelashes are in the way. And then with the irises, I got the wrong material. Mouth test. Okay, so the iris over here, you can like edit the position of the iris. So I can have it so because of the way I set it up over here, it like stays inside of the sclera but gets layered underneath the eyelash, so it's really good for like animation. And it did take a lot to like kind of figure out the like the drivers for all this stuff, but yeah, I set that up in the video I have on my channel from a while ago. So if you want to know that, then you can do that. Of course, for the mouth, it is the same. Face, yeah, the mouth is here. We just make a different expression. Yeah, I don't really like the look of this compared to the other face, so I'm just gonna keep it in the file for someone else if they want it. So what was I doing? I was doing the irises stuff. So for the small one, just make it very small. Yeah, I can definitely do more streams if people actually want them. I just definitely I don't want to like keep doing streams if like no one's really watching them. But I also don't really want to think about streaming, but I want to like do more videos and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a thing I can consider for the future. I just need like ideas of what I even want to stream. Actually, one thing I could do is if I put the iris inside of, or that inside of, no, that looks weird. It looks weird if there's no shine there whatsoever. But yeah, if you have more ideas of what you'd want to with a stream, I could do that. But yeah, on my own, this is like putting effort into something. This is like effortless. So I wouldn't really be doing it that much. I just definitely want to do at least one stream where I did something like this so I could show it to people. Like show people how to like do stuff that I do on my own. Yep, that's both of these eyes. And of course, I do not want, I should get rid of this other eye. Normally I actually have the shape key set up for each eye already, so I don't need to do this, but I'll do it again. I'm gonna go back to your place. Mirror that. Mirror the rotation on this side, I think. And then for the eye, mirror that. And then add back in the... Actually, we should have the other constraints. Let's go to IR, and that should work. It worked. Yep, it's back to normal. But yeah, I'm not really I don't really think I'm going to be like a game streamer as much. If I ever do it, I think if I ever going to do a game stream, then I'm going to go on Twitch and like post something or like go there, because I do have a Twitch account for watching other people. But I could stream there, like people want to see video games and stuff. But yeah, I'm not really I don't really think I'd play a video game on stream for a while, unless it's like something simple like Spore, where I just make a bunch of creatures or whatever. Yeah, I just prefer not being live for that kind of a thing. Oh yeah, I need to set up the shape keys with the drivers for the irises now. So for the big, I don't need to paste the driver, but that would be helpful. Rig, and for the eye control, and scale, local scale. So I mentioned in the video how this works, but -1 for the big, copy that over, and -R +1 for the small. And if you want to know how that works, I recommend watching one of the videos, because I explain it a lot better there, but I can just go scale up and scale down. That'd be really nice and easy. And also, of course, you can also do that, and that's really nice. And copy that. But I'll need to switch the drivers. Paste it there. Copy that over there, and think that that's correct. And just R and R. Now that should work. It looks weird on this side. Does it work weird on this side? Maybe it's because it's inside of there, but I can fix that. Just like twist it up. That should be good. And I won't bother copying all that stuff over just for that. Get over here and then rotate it. Oh, that's good. So I think that is completely done. And I think I can go to other stuff, like making this rig actually pretty. Oh, actually I should do the Boolean mouth, forgot about that. So I should be copying over this. Copy this over. This will be the new head bool, so I'll call this one head bool X, and then this one will be head bool normal. And get rid of this head. So now I need to get rid of the rig for now and just lock in her. Make sure do not do a shape key. Get rid of the mouth bag. I've got rid of like that. I think I did it like that and just filled this in. It's not the right material. Don't really need to, but it's a good idea. Just do that and then do that and then go across. It looks very flat compared to the other one. Gotta compare. I did it differently here. It just looked like it's, yeah, I should have not done that order. Go back to where I selected this and just select, go to the faces instead, and then fill in this with stuff. And do that. Sneezing. Random. Just pull this out. Just gonna make this look smooth. Gonna make it, I guess, can make it match the other thing. It's very slightly off, but it shouldn't be that bad. This area looking good. Gonna make sure you do it evenly. Oh, because you don't really need to. Just makes it look better. Makes it feel better knowing that it's even. See how that looks compared to the lighting. Looks fine. Actually, the vertex painting is probably messed up here. It's not mirrored, I guess. Should probably do that. Doesn't really matter though. It really matters that much, but so I think that should be good. And I don't think I never really messed up with the vertex colors either. That's just weird. It usually does. See if it does later, because it sometimes just appears out of nowhere. So I think that's good enough to just copy over the geometry nodes. Geometry nodes, where it was before, after the subdivision, and flip, and that should be it. Yep. Seems good enough to me. Now I can rig it. Delete this whole thing. I think I guess at first I should set up a switch. So this is how whenever I have a model, there's always something I want to like toggle on the model. That's, I guess yeah, I add a separate armature for this. So I just want to have a separate little thingy over here. This is the witches. So go put that in the rig. Hide all that. Put all that. So what I do is I add a text, then edit it and call it switches. So I know exactly what it is, which is pretty obvious. I can even go over here and change how it's set up. It's smaller as well, just because. Text. Change it to center alignment and middle alignment. And then reduces stuff by a lot, so it doesn't look that high definition. And then here I can actually go into pose mode, change its viewport display to or I guess it's called text still. Text. Not the little button that says switches. Which is really nice. And I can put this away. Call this one switches E for text, and then put that unused because I don't need it. Actually, this goes on unused as well. So does the Metarig really, but I'll need that for a second. I guess actually, since I have so much stuff set up for the main rig, I'll actually not add the Boolean stuff to the Metarig. I'm not going to change anything later, as far as I know. So switches. So what I do is I can actually add properties to this. The properties are literally just like numbers you can add to your, like anything in the model. Like over here, you can add a property. You can add property to like, I guess, yeah, properties of the material, whatever. So specifically in pose mode, I will add a property into the bone section, and I'll call it Boolean mouth. And I can change it to integer just so it's like a value of 1 or 0. And I'll add a description, say toggle the Boolean mouth. So now over here in the item section, properties, I can have this little switch. I can turn on and off. So what I want to do is I can actually add a driver to a head bool. Add a driver, but instead of making it any like numbers, I'm going to delete this, add a custom variable, make it a property, a single property. And what I actually need to do is, actually not quite yet, hold on. Edit driver. So I want to select the switch's bone, or the switch's armature, and then it'll give you this. So I need to copy this exact copy data path, and that's used to paste into this driver. So now it'll read whatever this is. So Boolean mouth on and off, so I can turn on and off the head. But I actually want it to be reversed because it's weird. Negative that. So when the Boolean mouth is 1, which is on, it'll have the Boolean head on, but then 0 is off. What is not doing that? Alright, -0 is still 0. I actually need 2. It's actually, yeah, 1 minus var. That's the difference. So 1 is on, 0 is off. Yeah. So I can actually copy the driver to the render thing. So now when I switch it on and off, it'll keep the render version of the head there as well. And also you can't add drivers to the visibility thing here for some reason, so you have to do this thing. So to complement that, we need to copy that driver and add it to the normal head. But we need to make it reversed, so it's just var. So when it's 0, it's the normal head. When it's 1, it's the Boolean head. And then copy that driver over. And that's really useful, but I think it'll still try to calculate some of the geometry nodes here. So I'll actually... So this is the weird thing. Copy that here, so it's off here. When I paste it here, it's on. So like, why is it on? Why is it on here? But then when I go to see the geometry nodes thing, it's off here. And the way I was explained to it, or it was explained to me, that is, was that for some reason this considers like visible as a default state. Or like it like changes like when you like, give it a 1, it like changes the state, I guess. So like it's whether or not it's actually being changed or not, I guess. I don't even know. It's so hard to explain, but it doesn't really make any sense. Basically, you just want the reverse for the modifiers. So paste that in. So I get rid of this so we can actually see what's going on. I get rid of that so we can see it's Boolean now. And then turn it off and it's normal. So that's really nice and handy. And that's probably that all I need for that. I added it to the modifier because it might try and calculate the Boolean still in that case, but I think it'll just kind of mess things up. It'll kind of add more lag than it should. So yeah, I'll add that. But yeah, that's really all I need for that. It'll be a really nice switch to determine what kind of mouth you want for the character. Yeah, now we need to actually add the bones to the rig itself. So yeah, I actually should have... I think there's still a way to do this right. So I need to add another thing for mouth specifically. Just the stuff that's only going to be visible or only used for the normal mouth. So the tongue and teeth are going to still be there. So add that there, then get rid of that in the face. So to edit that for Custom properties. Some properties in this one, maybe. So yeah, I should have added a separate thing for that. Can I actually add a driver here? I can't, so that's still fine. I guess I don't really need a bool mouth thing there. Should I just do it for the thing? Okay, taking stock of what I actually added here. So nothing there, nothing there. Just the dam track, I think, is the only constraint that'll be left behind, so I guess I should just deal with it. So, gotta bring back the Metarig. So, fix up those whatever's. So, Boolean mouth and norm mouth. So, get rid of the rig so I can see better. And turn this to a stick so I can see better. So just select these bones and the jaw. And add those to their own thing. Normal mouth, get them out of face. And then I need to add a separate thing for the Boolean mouth, or a separate thing here. So get rid of that. That thing there. I need Boolean mouth and normal mouth. These will actually be controlled by drivers, so I guess I don't really need to. I should not. Yeah, I'll make it cleaner. I'll just add drivers to the collections on their own. So now actually do the Boolean rigging. So I need to add bones to this stuff. So I need to turn this to wireframe at all edges, and I need to add one thing bone for each. Simple block. So get rid of the normal mouth for now so I can see better. Let's take one of these, I guess. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Let's get started. So I'll do that first. No, not, yeah, there. So Boolean mouth .l.001. So this will be the left side. Starting with the left side. So put one right there, and I'll make it right where the mouth intersects with the Boolean. That should be good. I'll make it even smaller than that. And just copy these over around here. There's one over here, right? Yep, there should be. Let's put it like right there. Actually, I should be making these tilt towards that. Doesn't really matter that much, but it'll look nicer. And copy this one down to the bottom section. And then that'll be it for that. I just need to make one for the middle. This will be Boolean mouth mid top 0 0. That'll be that. And just put it at the bottom as well. This will be mid bottom. That should be all. Tip these a little bit just so it looks nicer. Yep, that should be it. And then I just need one for the middle, so I can grab the whole mouth at once. B mouth master. And then on the inside, the inner mouth. B mouth inner. And that's all you really need for the Boolean mouth. Just need to make sure these are parented to that instead of the head. And then both of these are parented to the head. Yep, they are. So this and then these will be in the Boolean mouth collection. Sign, and they're not going to be in the hair collection. Wait, are those? Oh, these are actually in the hair collection. So I should move these to the face collection. That makes sense. I have to do that, so I guess that's good that I am redoing all this stuff. So get rid of hair and put them in face. And I don't think any of these will be bold mouth, face, face, and face. That's good. I think that's all that. So all of these now need to be Rigify type, super copies. I guess this will be a good test of how if the drivers and the eyes are going to remain the same when we regenerate this. So I think that'll be good. Just make sure this is all parented right. And I guess tilt that. All good. So regenerating time. So they seem to be invisible. Because they are invisible here. No, they're not. Why are they invisible? They not. Hold on, well, first of all, let's test. Yep, that's good. So why did they not appear? Edit mode and hide everything, I guess. I don't know. They're in the Boolean mouth collection. Are they in somewhere else? No. No error popped up, I don't think. Maybe I was blind. Super copy. These all should be super copies. That's the inner part. Yeah, this is the Sonic section of my playlist. Should be fine. Let's do it again and see if it popped up an error that I didn't see. The errors are always so small. Successfully generated, but they didn't appear. They gotta just be somewhere. Not even in the... Weird. Face, Boolean mouth. They are there, but what's that? Yeah, they're there. I don't know why it was hidden then. Okay. So, yeah, that's good. I should definitely rotate them, but I don't really need to care that much about that. So let's bring up the Boolean and parent with automatic weights, not automatic, empty groups. So then we can go here and find the name, Bool mouth. Go down here, Bool mouth inner and Bool mouth not the master really. It's the master that's control the other bones. Then delete all unlocked. Then we should be easily set up to just, I just select this one's top middle, middle top, and do bottom middle. Then this is left one, left two, and then left three, and that should be mirrored. And then for the middle, we need to do a half and half, which is why we sorted it out like this, so we can have a point in the middle that'll not make sure the mouth like kind of clips into the face like that and reveals some of the mouth we don't want to. So this is for, at this at 0.5, and it'll be the top, which is 1, and the bottom, which is that, and then for this one as well. And then for the inner mouth, gotta select all of this. Mouth inner. And that should be it. All should be working perfectly. Hide that. And let's test it out. Grab one of these. Should turn off the normal mouth. So, pull it up. It is not, so the modifier needs to be sorted correctly. So that there. I guess apply the mirror, because we should. Might as well. Now it should be working perfectly. Yep. It's working perfectly. Now we'll cut out the Boolean of mouth, so we can just move it around. Probably going to simplify because of the lag, but pull these around to just make a shape of a mouth that's very cartoony and doesn't require any topology. So that is nice. And for the inner mouth, I could even move the inner bit. Now for one of the fancy bits, because I should definitely... That's wrong. Turn that back up before I forget. Viewport down to... That's ringer still. render that up again and put that up to 2. So you can see the outline is being a bit weird. So you need to add some fancy junk to fix that. So, actually, wasn't it fixed last time? Why is it not working now? Oh, because I deleted the outline thingy. Outline, and then I already did this before. Assign that with a 1, that should fix it. I was prepared to do the whole thing for it, but it was already fixed before, so I could just do that. Gotta put that in the tutorial. So I think that's it for that. I guess that's technically it for the whole mouth section. Just move every little bit around. I am considering, I wonder if I could do a jawbone thing for this, because you do kind of want to have it move the jaw. You could pull up your mouth and see. Does this look at all good? It actually looks fine. It does kind of, well, that's because it moved it, I think. So I think what I could do is, everything's still gonna stay the same. I should actually, well, this is one of the parts that I couldn't really figure out for my tutorial, because obviously the Brigify Metarig has it like parented very perfectly with like the mouth bones. So if I get rid of the Boolean mouth, you can see like they move perfectly. Oh, I should switch it over to the actual thing. Get rid of the switches. Go over here and then switch back to flat. So you can see how these, the Rigify stuff is moving like perfectly balanced with the head and the jaw. I don't really know how to replicate that at all. Like, how do you? Like, these have to be following something. What are the relations? Yeah, I think MCH is like mechanical something or other. Like, has like a lot of like really weird stuff to like fix it up. So I don't really know how to do that. I guess it could just like have the jawbone there as like a part of the face section, not the normal mouth. So that would be left there. People, if you want to like move the Boolean stuff to fit that stuff. Someone's asking about doing fingers with four fingers. I showed that in my tutorial, but it's pretty simple. You can literally just do the same stuff like this, but you just grab this whole finger and delete it. Like, just delete that. And, oh wait, didn't mess anything up, but yeah, just delete it, and then, you know, it functions the same way as the other fingers. It'll still work in the end. So yeah, it's pretty much the same deal. Just quickly about that. Yeah, it's okay to delete whole fingers. I think you need to make sure you delete the palm bone as well. But yeah, it is good. Yeah, it's pretty simple. So I think now I just need to go in and make everything very pretty. Yeah, the palm bone is this thing. Because if you look at your actual like hand skeleton, like you have three bones up here. I guess it's not really needed for all fingers. I think it's needed for each individual finger, because the finger over here I think has the Rigify type. It doesn't have that. Or does it? Yeah, it's still. I don't really know how it's sorted out, but yeah, in my experience, you just delete one finger whole, and then it works. But yeah, if you delete the palm bone, it should work still. I don't really want to test it here because I don't know if it'll mess anything up, but yeah. It's worked for me, but always one specific little change can mess things up. So I guess one thing I can do is apply this switch over to the actual like visibility of the bones. So I think I'll just copy that and then go over to the rig. and go over to the norm mouth and Boolean mouth. Paste these here. I think that'll be hidden, so I need to reverse it. I need the reverse. Do that, then grab this one over here and paste that. So it should be only the Boolean is visible now, and then I switch it over, and only the, yeah, that's good. Yep, so it's very perfectly flipping over. It's nice and functional, very practical for any use. So I think I just need to go in and now make everything look pretty. First of all, I think I should grab these, hide them, put them in the hide collection because you don't really use them for anything. You just have to have them there. Oh yeah, because the constraint was not there, I need to bring them back. And then add the constraint back because I deleted that when regenerating. And that should be good. Just copy that, duplicate, not copy, and put it to R. Then fixed. So then hide them again. Assign that and get rid of them there. So can't think of anything else I wanted to do. I feel like there was something with the Boolean I might have wanted to do. Well, I guess that in the unused for now, I guess. I'll just make everything pretty and then worry about it later. So time to go through the process of making everything look pretty with the rig. So first off, I need to make this way smaller. So I'm gonna bring this up over here and then edit all this stuff. So scale it down. I think I'll make it so that like goes up farther like this. But then I'll have this part kind of extend from where the thing is. So I'll make it like that. I'll care about the colors later. And then the button, make that bigger, I guess. Should just make it smaller. Let's make it like colorful so it's obvious. And then for all this stuff, I think it's, I don't really want to change the shape. I guess I want to make them smaller. Or I can make them flatter. So if I take these, or I take this one specifically and scale it flatter. Yeah, its rotation is a bit weird. I'll make it flat like this and then flatten it like this. And then have to rotate it. What axis? This axis or that? Was it this one? It was this one. Like that. So like that. Now it's a little bit more appealing to look at. Just make it flatter. And copy that to here because I think it'll be exactly the same. Copy all to selected. Copy all to selected. I think if I do over here, it should be easy to flip. So copy it all because I'll just need to rotate everything. Probably I can copy them all to the cape as well. Just go over here and copy alt selected and auto selected, and it won't look right, but I can fix it. So make that negative, that negative. This one I'll have to rotate it somewhere else. Down to like that, I guess. A little bit less. Yeah, 90. So just 90 good. And then 95 is better. 95. And then 95. And then this will be 95. Or negative 95. Negative 95. Negative 95. And that part's fine. And I just need to reverse this. This did not get the rotation. I guess I just didn't select that one at all for some reason. And let's rotate it. So I made that wrong. I should have copied the other one. Should copy this one. That's still not really perfect. rotate it manually. Press negative 13 for this one. Negative 13. And then positive 13. I think that should be good, because you don't really need to be too precise about this stuff. If we did make these ones smaller though. I guess I could get rid of the rotation maybe. Let's get rid of it a little bit. That should be good. Let's make it way smaller. So I don't really want to care about the... Not too much. Offset that so it's in the right position. Someone's asking about the materials, but I've already done all the materials in the first stream of this, which I did 2 days ago. And they're also I'm not making this at all for any kind of gaming purpose, so I do not know any kind of method for making optimal. Well, actually, I do know a method for gaming because my my avatar here is actually a pretty easy add-on that you can download from materials that are easily ported to that. I guess I might as well actually do that. I'll finish the cape and I'll show you what I have for that because it's actually pretty useful. Let's copy all this stuff over. Copy all the stuff here. Copy all. And I should have done it for both. I don't know why I didn't do it for all of these. Yeah, because normally I'm not at all used to gaming stuff, but making this a VR chat, or not, I guess it's kind of VR chat, but it's VR VTuber avatar. Actually maybe learn a few things that I could show you, just because. With that, that's still a little bit weird. Like that is more like it's a point. It's -7. This is -7. If I made the rolls right on this thing, it wouldn't look so weird, but it doesn't really matter. Because it probably would be a bit better if that is kind of, well, it's global, I guess it doesn't really matter. Not a big deal. So this could be -19. -19. Dragging it. Is that a big bug on my screen? -19. I think I want this one to be extra small. You can make them all like copy over the scale, I guess. They're like thinner on the sides, because it'll on the sides. I think wrong side. Copy all selected. Yeah, that should be good. So I'll make sure this is saved. Also switch over to something else so I don't accidentally get myself banned. So I'll first need to go to add-ons and turn on the thing that VRM mouse extended VRM, I guess. Is that it? Cat's Blender plugin. I'll just talk all this stuff. Nope, it is not that. VRM format. I think it just says mouse extended VRM. So did I crash Blender by pressing too many buttons? Crashed Blender. At least I saved. Oh, I got back just by deleting that thing. Whatever. Okay. Save that and go to my. I think it's there. It's etc. VR VT. Yeah, this is it. I think it's working. Let's see if it actually worked. They're loading all this stuff. I'll just show it anyway. Yeah, there. Yeah. Holding back the veil. This is my VR chat, or my VR tuber avatar completely. The same brig. And in the material section, this add-on gives you a bunch of extra stuff to edit which all this data will transfer perfectly into Unity. So I think I don't know, I don't remember whether I transferred this model into Unity first before I put it in the VTuber software, but yeah. VRM tune material. I think this was all MMD material. I think this was all Mal's extended materials. Mal's extended VRM, I think. I can just look at it and confirm. Mal's extended VRM. For Blender. Maybe it's not. I'll type in MMD material. Click on this and see. Dependencies, installing tools, blend shape proxies. Oh yeah, I think this is for something else, but it's probably useful still. I should look up. I guess enabled only. Let's just kind of scroll through this. Completely diverted from my thing. Modifier tools. Let's see if I disable Mal's thingy if it goes away. Let's extend VRM menu. Yeah, it wasn't that. Scalable vector graphics stuff. I don't know what it was. I don't see it. VRM format itself? No, it wasn't. MMD material? Maybe it's... Oh, I think it's actually... It might actually just be a setup that I transferred over. Hold on. I could look in my files to see others. Just gotta double confirm that you cannot see this, of course. Marsh shader, pen. Is that? Oh, click on C. Oh, that's Marvel Rivals, not anything else. Texture, something else, MC Rig. I do not remember where I got this stuff. I'll post a... I don't know whether you're in my server or not, but I can post... Actually, I could probably just post it in the stream chat. I think it's okay if you send a link. I'm not completely sure. It's okay with me, of course, but I don't know if the program will, or the YouTube will kick you or something. I was gonna look up the video that I used to create this thing, kind of. I don't remember if it was this specifically, but share this. The video I followed to kind of start the process of making my VTuber avatar, and it might have mentioned it in that video, but I'm not 100% sure, so yeah, let's go back to doing HatKit because that is the point of this stream. Yep. Yeah, it's something MMD, whatever. What I should have to get rid of. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff optimizing this kind of process. Just need to find them. I think all this stuff, because I still have the MMD stuff here. I could probably click and find out what this even is, because I don't want to see this stuff around. Motion capture format, I don't think I need that. It's cleaning up my add-ons. I don't know why that stuff is still there. Or maybe I didn't save preferences or something. I don't know. Whatever, I'll deal with that later myself. Right now, I just need to make everything look pretty. So I think I just need to probably just do this part a bit smaller and put it down a bit. Not too much. I don't need to do any other fancy junk. And copy all selected, copy all selected, and then for that, this part I guess I don't really need to care too much because you're probably going to use it that much. The hat, I need to move the hat because this is way too close to the head. It looks too similar. So I'll put it like all the way up here. It'll probably make it a very stark color. I'll maybe even move this one down a bit. All this stuff is pretty much fine. We'll add some constraints there so it's easier to use. And I guess for the Boolean mouth, I do need to change that. Switch that over. And add a bunch of stuff to this. So first of all, you need to make this rotated 90 degrees this way. And that, and rotate it. Be all selected. Still not perfect. Yep, mystery dungeon stuff now. I definitely need to fix the roll of this stuff, but whatever. This is also too far off this side. Let's copy this over. Selected. Let's revert this. And this will need a lot more editing. This also needs to be whatever this is. See, hopefully the music isn't too loud, I guess. Probably talking quietly, but it's just hopefully I don't get. I tried to make it copyright free, but you never know. With like game music from big companies. Scale this out to the side to make it that, and let's make it bigger overall. That should be good. Just need to make sure this inner mouth part is. I hate that. I think that one was for it's Wigglytuff, yeah, the Wigglytuff guild. So I mean, I could play that at that point, but it's just in general for the guild. Put it up like this. It's very warped. It did not do the rolls correctly. So make this one like 30 as well. 30 in the negative direction. This so just covers the. This is like a big thing you can grab it for the middle of the mouth if you ever want to move it. For a big expression. Probably gonna be invisible a lot of the time. So I think this is good, at least for the starting point. Now for the eyes. I really hate that the pose X-ray and the other mode X-ray is different. It's so annoying. So get this, but I can get rid of this and change it to calm in. This is the shape that the Rigify rig uses. It's really pretty and custom made. So turn that to 90 and scale it down. Just make it encompass both of these shapes right there. And I guess I could just make these a bit smaller just so they're not quite. So 0.9 is good. 0.9. So now I can just grab this and grab both of the eyes. And grab these for the individual eyes and the scale them for that. That's good. I guess I should do a should actually copy over one of the ones I use frequently. So hopefully it won't bring over questionable junk with it. Go to my parts. Modify date. Parts, object, shape, crescent shape. I think that's the one I need. The shape that I made, because I always need it a lot for stuff like this. Just like a crescent. So I can use it for the blink and the... also move it to the unused selection. So for this I can edit here. I guess I'll keep that one a cube, but I'll make this one crescent. But then that is very small. Why is that so small? Scale it up a lot, I guess. Then rotate it like this. So now we can very easily tell that this is for the happy expression. And the rest should be fine. Just copy it over. Copy to selected and copy that to selected. That should be good. Yep, that's perfect. I feel like this is rotated a bit weird, so I'll just rotate it a bit back. So -10. -10. So yep, that's all sorted for shapes at least. And then for this, I'll edit them a lot. So I'll flatten them one way. So really need to remember which way is which for these. Flatten them this way. Let's copy them over to every one of them. I'll have to rotate them manually. Copy all the selected. Wrong side. Copy all the selected. So I can just rotate these to fit the angle. Keep getting them wrong. Like that. And then like that. And I can just copy them over to each side and copy all the selected. That'll work. It's gonna be a wrong angle, but I'll fix that. Let's make it positive. It's all inverted. Because that one's reflective as well, I guess. So I think that's it for all the shapes. I'm gonna do a lot of color work. So if we need to do a lot of extra stuff. So for the mouth, let's make the Boolean mouth red. So I'll take one of these colors, copy them over like that, and then I'll edit them. I can keep the two blues over here, but I can make this red. And I'll make the normal, actually I should make the blue one, I should make the Boolean blue and the normal one red. Because that makes, it sounds more, it makes more sense. Copy that and copy these both over. Now it should be blue. Yep. And then for the inside, I keep that one black because you kind of want to ignore it. For the eyes, I feel like I need something more obvious than that. Green. So it's kind of, I might can make it like a pink. Bright pink, so it's very visible. Now, I guess I should actually make this one pink as well then, because I made one of them pink. Grab all these again. Pink, and then copy that over and copy default. This was all pink. And then I guess I should just make them the same colors. Something else, because I don't want too many colors. I do at least want these to be orange. Because for some reason I always make the hair orange. And let's go over here and go to hair and select. And then click that. So now they're all orange. A lot prettier. Make this also pink, I guess, because it's kind of purple. make it very noticeably different than the head. This could be, is it? It's supposed to be green. I thought it should be green. And then this, I guess gonna make all this stuff. It's like the dress. Dress. Did I not put a separate thing for the dress? Or just clothes in general? I guess I'll just select all the dress stuff manually. And make them pink. Because, I don't know, does Hat Kid have a favorite color? It's probably purple. That. Kind of meshes with that. Let's make that. Should I make it pink to fit everything else, or I guess to make it orange to like. You don't want to make it too obvious. I feel like I should make the. Maybe I should make the whole mouth section like a whole color. Make it all blue, because I think I usually have blue. And then switch over to the normal mouth, and then make all this blue as well. So it looks like it'll be pretty much the same, but it's actually just switching over back and forth. So switching back and forth, and it's like same blue, but yeah, that's better. And pink is for like all the extra stuff. And orange is for the hair. And what is this gonna be? Because it's hair, but it's on the face. I'll make it orange because it's gonna be easier to ignore. Yep, so the overall face chunk is green. The specific face chunk is blue. The hair is red, and all the extra stuff that's around the body is pink. And I think that's all the colors. Easily toggle them on and off as you need to. So I think got the rig completely done. I think it is. Oh yeah, so one thing I usually do is parent the switch's bone, the root bone here. So if I ever move her, it'll come with her. The last thing I think. No, I did not work on Digital Circus. I am not quite that good. I could probably make a good model or two, but I cannot animate that well. Okay, so I need to find something that I did not do. Why is that? Oh, that's the navigation camera. I usually put that over near the face. So I think the next bit is to really just like figure out what the heck I missed. It's like the eyes are working, arms are working, as close as I wanted them to be. Even have the corrective shape key that I set up earlier. Corrective shape keys for that part, which I have the dress for as well. Oh yeah, I was going to remember the thing that I instinctively knew I wanted to do. I want to add some constraints, so I can't move these bones anywhere else than apart from where they're supposed to. So I can add a limitation, the local space and effects transform already. So this moves in the Y direction. So yeah, I can automatically do that. So I can't move them back and forth anymore. So then I also need to figure out where does this stop. The shape key stops right there. So minimum is going to be negative 0.15. So that's a little bit higher than it should. So 0.6 maybe. So yeah, there. Now you can't move past the point where it affects the body anymore. So up here, this would be 0.3-ish. So 0.3. So that's good. does go up to 1, right? Yeah, 1. So that's easy. Now the 8 did not apply. Maximum 0.3. Why is it called? Oh, it's 0.03 because it's really small. So now it's good. So now it'll only move like where it's supposed to go. We can copy this over to this side because it's the same thing. Around the Terraria section. Then I need to copy something similar to this side. Copy that over, but then I want to... that's the one I want to keep. This one doesn't move up, but it moves down. That should be the same, I think. Yep, it's 1, so that's good. Wait, did it actually go too far? It went too far. So it's more like 0.12 or 13. 13. So yeah, that's better. And copy that over to that side. Copy to selected. And then for the bottom one, it's very simple. Just move that much. That's copy that limit. Not distance, location. Let's go with these, and then minimum. It's negative 0.2025. Negative 0.025. That's good. Let's go just a tiny bit beyond the shape key to make sure it's in the right place. It's around 0.35. 0.035. Yep. That's good for that. That's there, so now they're both evenly limited. And I think that's the actual last part. Because I can add some constraints to this to make it a little bit more like optimal, but it's always a little bit more finicky. This part always has some parts. Actually, did it make sure that this is going on the other side as well? Yeah, it is. So that's good. So I think that might be the base model completely completed. Let's pull down to the... This does kind of make that weird. I should probably wouldn't be doing it like that much with this anyway. But I'll actually go over here and quickly draw with like the mouth areas where it should be. Lip, lid, and lip. Lip, it's here. Should have like. Is it like? I'm not showing any of that. It's fine, whatever. I'm already starting to not care. I don't know why it's not showing up, but I do not care anymore. Because you would not be, if you're gonna like make an expression that big, then you'd be covering up that area with the Boolean anyway. Do not care. So I think the last piece of the puzzle is making her umbrella, which even though it's 4.5 hours, I already did a 5.5 hour stream, so I just have to make an umbrella within an hour to keep the same amount of time. So I'm gonna put the Metarig away because I don't need it anymore. The head is controlled by that. That's all of that. 2D face is gonna be deleted probably. So yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and quickly make the umbrella. Should involve texturing if anyone cares about learning about that. It's like a very simple texture for the stars. Everything else should be really quick and easy, so I'll try and speedrun it when I get back. even though it is 10:30, I'm going to, I feel like I can still do something, so I should just model the umbrella really fast and get it all set up and try to do a pose. So I wanted to replicate this pose. But I will first say, because I have the references for all the umbrellas over here. Let's see if I can just drag this in? Wow, I can. So I screenshot from the game and screenshot from the same game. Grab this. That is the wrong one. Why is it? Grab something else. Get this. There we go. Why is it empty? Why is it doing that? It's not like... I'll bring this up at a new tab and see if I can bring that over now. Why is it doing that? I'll call this thing something different. The one. Dang it. Well, I'm trying to prove a point. It's close enough here. So the weirdest thing that I noticed about the umbrella is that it is completely inconsistent. Like, this is the image from the game, but in the actual model itself, it looks more like this, where it's not, it doesn't have a hook. It doesn't have this weird little ring. It's like tied here. So I am basically just going to wing it, and actually might as well keep that there. Keep that in the reference folder. So yeah, I'm just going to do my own design, picking my favorite parts of each. And I also have the other one I was trying to pull in. It was a in-game screenshot of the size, and that's like huge. So I'm gonna get that. So let's try and do a little speed run of it with. So yeah, just crossed 440. So the start time. Do this as fast as possible. I don't want text. Already screwed it up. So cylinder, not icosphere, cylinder. Go down to, let's do 6 even, because it's not even gonna be that complicated. And gone, nothing. Kind of move this over to the side so I can use it in object mode while doing that. Get rid of the, I'm not good at speedrunning Blender. That's in the rig section for some reason. Get it, put it outside everything, so I'll get rid of Hat Kid. Let's put it back in the middle then. Okay, so now we can really do stuff. I do need Hat Kid for the size reference, so that is done. So get rid of the rig at least. So scale it in a bit. It needs to be thin. It needs to be thin enough to fit in her hand, but it's a little bit thick to be cartoony about it. So pull this all the way up. We put it like around there. And then it needs to like kind of go in a bit. Oh wait, I was like, no, that was for the next thing. Never mind. Just scale it in just a bit because this will be the tip of the thing. Just, I guess it just kind of be a bit weird. Whatever, just put a face there. That up there so it'll stay. When I add the solidify or shrink, the other S1, the subdiv. That there, it'll be good like that. And I want to add the hook because I like the hook. Be really quick about it. Maybe like really something like that. And a bit curved. Merge at the center. Just edit this so it's even. So I think this, if I need to add a bit more stuff here to solidify it. I like the modifier just in general. And let's do that. And that's already looking pretty good. It's not like thick enough, I don't think. Let's get it up like this, I think. We'll make it look better. Because the rotating it kind of changed the angle of thickness, I guess. That kind of return thickness. I think this should actually be rotated not flat. It should be like rotated off to the side like this. You can like smooth it like this as well. I feel like this should be like flat end a little bit. Maybe not that. I'm already being too precious with it. It's kind of messy. It's really that. Looks like it should be thinner. good on the side, I should say. Should also shade smooth so I can see it better. It is pretty thick, so I should probably revert that thickness. Okay, so I think I should move this up a bit more. So that'll be like the little marking there or whatever. And then one down there as well. Well, I guess wouldn't be... Well, those things usually kind of like come down in the umbrella to like hold it down or whatever. Put it like that, I think, and then just like take one of these. Yeah. Just take one of these and put it up. I think I'll take sort of the materials and add a leather that I have for that, and also add the orange, no, the yellow. That is what? Oh, it's called cape, yeah. So I can put that here, but then I can put this into a sharp. Take this, extrude out, scale out, so it's just a thick little thingamajig. Sign it there, so it's now a thingy. Make that sharp. Edge sharp. That should be fine. I don't want it to be so bell-less to make it like a little. Yeah, probably look better like this. So yeah, it'd be a little curved. So then I want to do the same thing for the bottom, I think. And I don't think I'll add it to the bottom. I'll just add it to the top. Scale it up that, and then scale it out. Let's Shift Z so I can put it out sideways like that. So I think that's pretty much the handle. But now I just need to do the actual umbrella, which we'll texture in a second. So I think I actually need to make it separately, but I'll actually add it here. Do something special for it because I know exactly how I want to do the texturing. So I don't want 6, I want 8. I don't think I want 8. I want just do 16. I'll change it later if I need to. Yeah, I need to go in, delete, split this, and split it here as well, I think. Yep. And delete all this. Add a 4-way mirror. X, Y. Not. Wait, why is it? Rotated weird, probably, isn't it? No, it's not. Oh, it's just the back face culling looking weird. Okay. So this will be the Metarig clipping. The actual umbrella part. So it'll kind of like come in here. So it's definitely going to be a bit awkward. Actually, I could use the 3D cursor to should have actually used it before. I'll redo that and make it perfect. So that's good to keep that there. Scale it in there. We'll connect there. Scale it in like that, although it's scale it in with Shift C. That, so I can now create the full shape of the umbrella. I'll actually probably move the thing a bit far down so I can get a better angle. Scale it out like this. And then do that again. And this will be like the very tip of the fluffy bit. And then extrude and scale down again. That'll be like the inner point, and I think it won't go down too far. Yeah, that'll be like there maybe, and then scale this out. Extrude and scale out. And then I'll split that into the parts as I need to. So that's at least the basic shape. Just add a subdivision, and then of course sharpen this in. I don't even know if I'll add a. Can I just add can I just bevel this? it won't be like a perfect like loop, but it'll actually make, yeah, it'll be a lot better than just nothing. I need to add a sharp on both sides. Sharp and sharp. And then I will shade smooth, of course. And then I kind of probably should, yeah, what I need to do is kind of puff this out in various areas. So let's see if I do that, make these the creases. That's already like more umbrella-like. So I think just at the end of the playlist, I take it through the whole thing. We'll go back to Hat in Time. Nice good old speed run where I completely divert my attention to adding the playlist. Back to Hat in Time mode. So grab all these again, scale up it a little bit, and scale these parts out a bit. Wait, I need this part as well. And I should probably sharpen these. That's already like super umbrella-like. This part should not have been changed. It's the get rid of the creases on this angle. That should be good. And then just get rid of that there. Get rid of the sharp as well. Clear sharp. It looks like a tie, even though it's not really anything different. So I think that's, I should probably pull these out a little bit at the top because it's not going to be as pointed there. I should make the top part completely circular. There we go. So that's at least a good start. I think for the sharp points, should I just pull this out? It actually looks really good. So pull these up a bit actually instead. Should probably pull them all equally. There we go. So it's very sharp, but I can deal with it. Do it like that. I guess this part is a little bit too sharp. Could pull it in a bit. Looks good. It's almost more detailed than it should be. I'll go back to the reference, see. It should definitely be shorter, I think. Let's look at the other reference. It's very thick. There, I guess. I feel like the more bottom-heavy version, I guess. I think that looks good. I probably should just squash it a bit. Like make the cursor at the top, and then right there, and scale Z. That is probably a bit better, so it's not as thick. Or it looks, I guess, typically thicker. And pull this up again. Make it fit the size again. That should be perfect, I think. Even make this part a bit thicker. Make it very cartoony. And then I just need to give it the right colors. Saving it for a while. So I can take let's take the cape and duplicate it to umbrella. Turn it to light blue. I guess I can do this. Nope. I don't know why it doesn't work like that, but it doesn't, so. Shader editor, go here, just turn it to light blue. Let's be more cyan. 2 cyan. That's probably it. The color a little bit dimmer to fit everything else. That's probably good. Yeah, I made sure these node trees are very neat because it needs to be, so you can understand it. Yeah, I explained the material setup in the first stream. So I think that's the basic part of it. I think I might actually make the bottom part a bit bigger. Scale, take it, Shift Z. Actually, I could even make this shiny. So I'll go over here. Vertex paint, just a shiny, so just the whole thing is shiny. Shiny. It has 2 shiny. I guess it could be, is this part of the shiny? it's not. I don't think I'll make it shiny. It needs to be cartoony, not shiny. And it's pretty flat, but it should not be. I guess. I think the point is that you need to make it gray, like very slightly gray. Shiny. I should just have a very slight shine to it somewhere. Right there, it's very muted. Shiny. There we go. So it's a little shiny, not too shiny. So that's that. I guess I should also make this part shiny. Vertex paint, I'll make it equally shiny. Shiny. Let's see how it looks. It's kind of not really noticeable, but maybe it's more noticeable up here. Yeah, it's probably good. It's like plasticky. So that's the main part, I think. I just need to, yeah, I need to solidify, of course. Solidify. Right there. Keep it negative. You can see the solidify is kind of messing that up, but I mean, also it looks kind of better. Get a little bit thicker. Make sure the edges are good. I guess that's kind of returning some of the sharpness that is messing it up, actually. I think the complex one does this better. Yeah, that's way better. So, I can actually add a crease here. What am I doing? Let's go ahead and do the crease. 0.5. That is too thick. I should actually vertex group it. Solidify. Make this like half, not like fully half, but not like fully reduced, but yeah, there we go. So it's a little bit thinner there, but it'll keep its thickness around here. So should I even bother? Could actually. Is there like a dark blue that I could use? I could use the purple. Let's see. Here, oh yeah, purple. I put the purple there, then I can actually go here, materials, and make the inside purple. And it's messing up completely. Did I not reverse this? That's why. There we go. So now there's like some darkness there that makes it separated. And this area needs to be fully creased. And also add another loop there. And I think that's it. Should I do that? That doesn't really make a difference. That's good enough. Actually, I can make it better by doing this, and that looks a little bit more, you know, up like that. That looks really good. So I think that's all before the textures. So let's see. Should I actually add a? I don't really think umbrellas with the hook really have like a part that it's like notched to get for good grip. So I don't think I'll really add that. So I'm only thinking about that because one of the references had it, but I should not care about the references because they are not reliable. That'll probably look a little bit better if it's like a flat top there. So I think that'll be good. So now I need to make the textures for this. Actually, first I need to make the outline for this. Put in the outline. There's a lot of outlines here. Where are the other outlines coming from? I'll deal with that later. Outline, then outline, and then copy the outline from the body. Copy selected, and that's an outline. Actually want to do even more unnecessary extra work, and I will vertex paint AO for black so I can edit it. Put it like right around here. I don't know why I got rid of that because I'll need it later in a second. Put some black here, or white here, so it darkens the shadows. So now let's see what it looks like with the extra bit on top of it. So up here. Yep, now it's much darker underneath there, which is nice. So now I can actually deal with the textures. So the way I planned on doing this was because the mirror modifier will mirror the UVs of this part. So I only have to do one star. Like I have to draw one star on one part of the texture. So first of all, let's create the texture image. New, let's call it umbrella. Wait, kid star umbrella. And I should have not done that quite yet because I actually want to copy this exact color hex code for the base of it. UV editor, make that thing again. Wow, that stuff is over here. Hold on, can I get rid of that? Clean up? Why isn't it up? Oh, because there's this thing up here. Or I'll deal with that later. New kid umbrella. And it's going to be this color. It's going to be. I just times it by 2 because I don't need to be. Maybe times it by 3 because it's going to be a relatively detailed thing. I guess I could just. Well, let's try to go back a bit. Going back by. I think that was 1. Whatever. I don't care about the whatever the thing is. Just duplicate by that. So now I need to unwrap this because I think this is not going to be useful. Just unwrap it again. Unwrap angle based. So yeah, this is going to be one. This is one part. But so let's scale it up. Let's scale up. Actually, that's perfect. This exact section will be where we draw the star. So let's scale up only this part. We don't need any other parts. Scale up everything else down. And scale this up. Now we have maximum resolution for the star. So I think I'll even need to expand it even more. Because I think I only want to draw the star in the middle part here. So let's do it quickly and see how it works. Scale it up a little bit more because I think this is all we need. So I need to go over to the shader and plug this texture into the base. Texture, image texture. Plug that in here, so it'll do all that, and it's gonna take a while to load. Just gotta wait. I should have plugged it into the output completely, but I guess I should check and see if it's gonna work correctly. It's gonna take a while to load. Yep, it looks exactly the same because it's the same color, so I can just get rid of this. And then I'll plug it into here so it doesn't have to calculate anything. So it's just the texture. So let's splotch in some yellow to see what happens. I don't even think I'll need to image editor paint. So if you take some yellow, we should take the yellow from the shirt. Let's splotch it in there in the middle, see? Yep, it'll copy the star across the entire thing. So that's good to know. Select everything so I can actually see. So when do I want to stop drawing the star down on the sides? So there's the star like right there. So switch to 2D art mode. So I draw the star well. What's over here? I'm gonna switch all the things to the side, even though you won't be seeing anything different. It'll now be on my tablet. Move my stream over to there. That'll be good. So I just gotta draw the star right there. bring this over there. Just my live view of the stream. Bring this all over so I have maximum drawing room. Scale this down. Definitely have like shortcuts set up for this. I don't think I think I'm really working for this for some reason. Actually, I'll save this image right now. Save as. Tutorials again, and textures, hat kid, and then hat kid umbrella. Save image. Now we're all safe, even though I haven't done anything yet. So I just need to put together a rounded star around the middle. Stroke. Stabilize stroke. So I'll be smooth a little bit, just enough. So now I can start. Like the, whatever. So we go like, just rough out a star. And I'll make it smoother later. I should be doing the crossover method. That is not how you do it. So I think you do like that, and then that, and that over that. That's a good start to make a pun, I guess. Just color it all in. I think there's a paint bucket, right? Fill. Nope, that is not the right color. I don't know why. Change color. Let's quickly get some. Those open up. Get some of that saved, and then switch over back to brush. And it doesn't save the color at all. Did I have some other brush selected? There we go. This one. So cover that in. Fill that in. Now I just need to go in and fill that in and make this all pretty. I just go over the sides that I want and then erase it. That is also being squashed. I can fix that later though. Just draw the star. So I think if I guess I could just make it pretty big and then just scale it up as I need to. Let's make it like this. I don't think I can mirror this part in any way because it's not like mirrored across this side. It's just like, I just make it, I guess it was like supposed to be very kid-like, so it's gonna be a very rough star. Oh, I should look at the reference again. Over here and then press 1. And then go over and see, cause yeah, it's like not really a perfect star anyway. I guess it's kind of like one of these that kind of goes out this way more. Just gotta go over here and select this for this color. And I think I can just, there we go. That's up, get out that, so just kind of cut it off this side. It's like one of those thick stars. This is not gonna look so much easier to draw when you know the tools better, but this is not my 2D drawing program of choice. I should probably just do that on the yellow. Split them out like this. This doesn't really need to be a rounded star. This will look fine. Make sure the point is in the middle, even though I don't really have to care about that. That's roughly a good size. I just need to cut off some of these parts. Need to like zoom in farther. Make the zoom smaller. It's too small. I mean, that's too big, but part's not rounded enough. It's like kind of sharp. This leg is way too big. Can I make the star perfect? So why is it doing that? That's good, I think. Looks decent. This leg is a little thick or thin, this section. Looks decent. Should I leave it at that? Let's see. Let's adjust the UV so it looks better. So I need to scale it up in the x-axis. Nope, that's the wrong way. Actually scale it out in the y-axis. This. Yeah, it's gonna mess with the textures, but I think I can fix that. Right there is good. So it's like, yeah, it looks pretty good. So save the image, of course. And then shader editor, I think I can go to repeat to clip. That is not good. I guess I could overlay it. Flat, clip, extend. There we go. Perfect. Switch back to 3D mode, flip everything back to my other side of the screen. Now if I just let this plug in like that, it's perfect. Looks pretty decent. Let's actually try and, first of all, I was thinking I could actually go in here and make this a different color. Give it a little some variation. Yeah, it looks fine. I also wanted to vertex paint AO. And let's just look at like this so I can edit like the sides here. This is not a real part. And like right here. So what does it look like? That looks really good. Let's do it. Right there. It has like a tiny little bit of extra shadow there. Could even extend it up a little bit. This next one. Add some extra variety to the shading. It's not a real part. You didn't really see it there, but it's gonna look good, I think. Actually, I just need 2 views to do this right. So if I go over here and look at this side, will be a good way to see what it looks like when it changes. Okay, definitely can do it at the top as well. Put it up to like 1 for this section up here. Let's see how that looks. It looks almost too much. Yeah, that's too much. Go back. Did it not go back that far? One of these is too much. That one, it wasn't that one. It's really hard to tell. I guess, why am I doing it like this? I can just look at this like this. It's not really so you're gonna really notice that much. It should be good. checked if let's look up here. Get up here. I think it looks weird because it's actually kind of facing outward a bit. I need to like select this whole part and then get rid of the sharps here. Edge, clear sharp. Looks a little bit better. So I think that should be it for the actual model itself. Yep, outline's right. That's good. I think I'm just gonna now add a bone to it and add it to the rig. So, this will be the last part of the entire model. Is it in the right? It's kind of far forward. So I guess it took me 30 minutes to make that in total. And the bone is pretty simple. I'm just gonna go in here and add a single bone because I don't really care about regenerating the rig. Put it back to world origin. Origin, not grid. Add it to the. I don't want to add it to the where the handle is, where she's gonna hold it. Let's put it down a bit because it doesn't really matter. Just gonna be one single bone for the entire thing. This will be. Takes so long to save. Umbrella. So I keep pressing Alt or Control S to save, but it's taking so long to save. So now the last thing I can do is just take one of these and then just copy everything over. Copy to selected. That I shouldn't have done that one specifically, I guess. I'll turn it to a hair. The breastbone is always the one I remember, of course. That's up there. That's why. So, but this isn't even like forward enough. Okay, let me just move it to fit. Cursor just selected. Yeah. Selection to cursor. Just move it up a bit. Then I just need to put it in the right size. Should be good, and I can just make it pink because it's a special object. Oh, it's all there, so I guess I should also put it in the thing. Hair close. I guess I could put it in the close option. It's not in the hair for sure. So then I just need to select both of these things, select the bone, and then parent to the bone. Now, all there. Complete, completely complete. So that's all done. Now, I want to make a render because I feel like at least showing some like posing should also help people. Shouldn't be that bad because I have a reference at the side. I don't need this anymore. See how different it is. Okay, so I think I'll try and, well, first of all, I can show you how you parent an object to a hand. So put this forward a bit to fit the hand shape. Fix it forward. Should definitely be on simplify for now. Simplify down to 1, so that's good. That'll save me a bunch of lag. I can twist it to fit the angle of the hand too. Put it in the hand. More like right in the palm. It's kind of supposed to be a real cartoony size thing. Then bone constraint, child of. Then select rig, but I think you want the org and R, because that's the right hand, and set inverse, so it'll do it right. So I think now it should be, yep, that's printed with hand. And the important thing is that you can actually undo with the influence. So if you want to put the object down, it'll get rid of it. And you can turn it back up and do it like that. So the way you always kind of animate someone picking up an object is that, you know, it's at 0 for one keyframe, so you keyframe that. And then when the hand hits the object, it goes to 1, And of course it transitions from, you know, being a random object on the floor to an object attached to a hand. Just to say it, if anyone cares. I'm not going to do that. Just want to be at 1. So now I can go over here and get these bones to curl with fingers. So we can clasp the handle as much as possible. Just getting in my way. That probably way too far in. That. Wait, get rid of that finger now. Pull these in a bit more. That should be good. This one in. Move it like right around here. So you get the right angle. Twist it like this. That should be at least clasped enough. And maybe like her fingers kind of in a bit more for this. Make it a little bit more uneven. I think that should be good. So here's where I select all these bones that I moved, and also the bone itself, and let's save a pose so we can always make her grab the umbrella when we need to. Grab, and then do that. Which looks black because of the outline, so let's quickly make that look pretty in the asset manager. Get rid of the outlines. And then I can go over here. Actually, I didn't even need to do that because the function I'm going to use, which I just learned about recently, is nice. Doesn't need it. So over here's all the assets. Yeah, it's good. So here's the asset for the pose. So we can go over here to change the what it looks like. I'll actually go over here to I can put it up to 1. And then I can actually take a screenshot, like a screenshot preview, and then get this little section. So very nice and easy. So I can always remember that this is for grabbing the umbrella. Aside from that, I will now pose normally. So as a reference, to do this pose, I think I have pretty much every single bone sorted that I can easily do this. So you can make the cape fly out like that. You can make her go like that. So let's get into the camera view, and I guess I could have a separate view just for the reference view. I actually want to pull this up. I rarely do this. So the little reference down there, and also the camera view right there. And we can pose like this. Orthographic still for some reason. So get rid of these things because I don't need them right now. So step 1, do this. Grab put it down to 2, and also need to give this back to the hat. Child of, not armature, child of, and the head. There we go. So now it should be good again. So just kind of tilt it this way, kind of putting our weight on this foot. So let's twist her body a bit like this. Move her hand out of the way a little. And her foot is going out like this. Extend it fully, I guess. I can twist this foot in a little bit because her feet are never even. You can grab it up here to get a better view of what it looks like. I guess if she's tilted this way, it'll be like over here a bit more and like facing away. Gotta make her dress fit the shape. Oh, I just realized one thing I forgot to do completely. Since her body is like all the way in here, and you don't really want to see that, let's add a mask to get rid of it. Mask, then add here. body mask, I can literally just select all of the stuff like this. And I don't want to select any of the hand, but I'll just select all the body and then go to some of the neck stuff because we want to keep the neck. So I add this stuff to the body mask. I think I actually need to keep it. Let's actually see what this does. The body mask. Now her whole body should be, well, the other way around. So is her neck popping out of there a little bit? Not really. It's very lightly noticeable, like right there. I don't think it'll really matter that much. But yeah, now you don't have to worry about the body clipping into the clothes at all. So that's that done. Her torso is kind of just like twisting upwards like this. So I think maybe if I turn the hips like this, pull the side in, pull the side up, and then the zipper will be kind of flying out a little bit because of doing an action-y pose. And she'll be pulling her hand out like this. Actually, her shoulder will be up definitely. Always going to move the shoulders a little bit. And then her other arm will be going out like this. Should be like pointing her umbrella into the air. This feels a little too tilted in one way, so I guess I can redo some of that. Definitely need to like adjust her neck and then pull her head in. Kind of get, yeah, that looks instantly a lot better. I'm gonna move this a bit more back like that. I can also move her hair to like flip up like this. I'm gonna move the eyes. Eyes are the appeal center of the whole body. She would definitely be looking at camera, and her expression is pretty neutral, but I'll also have to move her teeth up and get rid of these teeth. So I'll just like shrink these down, get rid of them completely. Then this would be the curve of the mouth. I'll go all the way over here. It's already looking really good. This is nice. Just gotta add the appeal to your model before you decide it's bad. And pull this part down. Probably move the jaw a little bit, but it looks fine. Actually looks really good. I can actually move the whole mouth a little bit more to this side. Probably more like this. I can move the teeth into place. Actually, this is where you need to move the inner mouth because of that. Move the mouth itself a bit. But just move it about like there. Do whatever looks good in the end. But yeah, I think I was also going to make the tongue a bit like wider. I don't really think that matters. But I guess it does kind of matter here. I'll scale it up the X manually because, as you can see, her tongue covers her entire mouth like that. So do it like that. It's definitely perfect because it kind of has like a tiny little bit of light there. But I think I need to move this a bit forward to do that. And I think I'll get rid of that. We scale it down a bit. I can scale it down on the Z-axis only. So you should be using normal for that. Be on the Z-axis only to make it like a little bit better. You can definitely see that her arm is not quite, or like her head is probably too big compared to model. Also her, that part of her thing is like flying in there, so I guess I could pull that out like that. It definitely has like a lot of energy going up in that direction. Actually, didn't make the, normally you can't just get away with making the dress just look good from the front view, but I'll make it look good from all views. I probably have to pull it up a bit because it looks way too long now. Actually move her cape out a little bit. This part come out like this and kind of curl forward maybe for some extra good depth because I don't have to copy the reference perfectly. And then this one will be out even further. You can move it up. There's something about her, it's like weird. I guess her eyes are probably too big, so let's kind of shrink the iris size and see what happens. She looks almost too cute. Scaling back the cute, this just a tiny little bit, probably make it a little bit more appealing. And then we could see if this will make it look better. Like sharpen out the Boolean part. Go to the side a bit more. See it like that. Of course, the Boolean mouth is great for keeping it off the side. We're moving the mouth off to the side because you can see from here it looks completely different. Yeah, her ponytail is barely poking out from there, so let's break the illusion and pull it out like this. Just like completely remove it from the head. Does it look good? Nope, it doesn't. But let's not care about that. It looks good because you can kind of just barely see it. Let's move it down a little bit. Should be good. Let's see if I can rotate this part to have the hook a little bit more appealing and show that hand a bit better. And the star will be perfectly in frame. And I think I just need to make this other hand more visible. It was very covered, but also of course need to make a pose for the hand because default pose for the hand is very static. I just gotta make the middle two fingers kind of intersect a little bit. And I could even, should be like pulling her hand down more like this, I guess, or I move it up more like this, I guess, even though it's not the reference. Actually move the thumb a bit forward because it's a little bit out of view. So let's see if I can adjust this to be a bit less like flipped up. If I can move these to like kind of create that kind of like thing there. Actually, let's put it back to 2 and see how it looks. I mean, it kind of looks okay. It doesn't really look good, but pull this one out a little bit more to give it like some extra depth. Definitely pull this foot in a bit more because it looks like she's like rocketing off her umbrella. And then I think with the, I could try and smooth out this like side of her. I think that's like mostly good. I don't really see any more stuff that I could, maybe I could make this a little bit farther down, but then off to the side a bit more. that a bit, I guess. Because it wouldn't really be flying out as much. Just need to rotate the camera in the right position. Kind of sucks because I want to have the... I can use the navigation camera for this. This will be the new... I think her foot is not quite right. The outstretched foot. So kind of gotta rule of thirds, kind of get it like slightly in the middle, but like not too in the middle. Yeah, it's probably perfectly framed anyway. So it's like, yeah, it's probably good. Should I like frame everything like this? Nah, that looks weird. I think that looks decent. So this part is kind of clipping into the head. Let's rotate it. Probably should make it so the outline isn't like, well, actually it's just with this because the outline shrinks when you do that. So like, there we go, that's good because it'll have the outline there. Although it's kind of outstretched. I guess if I put it in more, then it'll actually kind of look weird. Kind of hard to adjust that specifically. Oh, there's actually a little bit of there that's peeking through, so we can block that with the hair. Move up that, I guess. Yeah, looks better. Something about this foot doesn't look right. Oh, her. Actually, that's probably why, because I didn't rotate her whole like thigh. So even though it's outstretched, it kind of looks a bit like funky. Okay, you're gonna have like slightly slack, just a little bit. Have like a slight smile, I guess, or like ups thingy. Even. Grab this and pull it up a bit. This mirror to pull them both up. I think I like that as much. So that could be like a surprised expression, I guess. Should look good. It's not like that much different. It just kind of looks more like startled, I guess. I don't know. Alt-G. Pretty much got the pose right. But the pose is much more dynamic than the, I think, so that's better. I guess could I move the hat to fit anything a bit better? Or make it more like back? Yeah, I feel like it's fine. But I guess, I mean, I'll probably adjust the pose in little ways later. Still want to. I'm going to release this model on Gumroad, and this will probably be the icon for it. So I need to make it perfect. I think it's pretty good already. It's got a lot of energy going off in that direction. Which actually almost feels like almost too cute. Like the highlights in her eyes and the teeth. What if I just got rid of the teeth completely? That now she looks like she has gums. Like right there, that is, you can kind of see a little bit that's peeking through. I don't want smearing it. That's the wrong one. This one. Probably make this a little bit less boxy. I could definitely just do this on my own time. It's 11:30. I don't need to do this on stream. Oh, so I guess I'll force myself to stop. That's good enough. So that is the complete modeling process of modeling Hat Kid from A Hat in Time. start to finish. So, I mean, I guess nothing else to really say, I guess. Just, she's complete. I think it came out really good, which is good because I did not want to make a terrible model on stream. My first time stream modeling or whatever. But yeah. I'll definitely post this around, I guess, tomorrow because it's already pretty late. So I guess for the stream people who don't actually care about my stream, I can say that I don't really know what I want to stream much, but if anyone has any ideas for more streams, I could definitely do it. I don't think I'll do a full character modeling again unless I have a good idea for it. But yeah, if you want to suggest anything, I guess, and I could do that. But someone suggested like a model criticism kind of thing, which I could definitely do if I had enough models for it. But that's for other people to decide for me, I guess. But yeah, I was going to keep updated on the Discord server, obviously. That's where everything is. If I have any ideas, I'll post it there, I guess. But yeah, I guess I'll see you later. Thanks for coming if you came for the entire thing, or just even staying for the very end of it, or whatever. All of it works out for me, so thanks.